Okay, it's Monday, which is my holy Sabbath. It's not golden though; it's silver. Sometimes it breaks, especially when I'm playing a game that really ropes me in, and that's happening with Capitalism Lab. I almost went the whole day without clawing back to it, but really, what I was actually doing with a bunch of my time was fiddling around with this spreadsheet here, trying to make it more useful to me. So this is where I've got a list of all the different goods in the game. And shout out to LibreOffice crashing on me. It has now crashed on me 4 times in my pursuit of putting this together. It's not a particularly complicated thing. I've added in different software, although I don't think I'll be getting into software just yet. But one thing I've really clocked in on is normalizing the RRP with the demand in order to immediately see what are particularly profitable ventures to go into. If there's high demand but low RRP, then there's not a lot to be made there, but if there's either overwhelmingly high RRP, recommended retail price, or a nice mixture of decent RRP and high demand, then something can really come out of it. That's why we can see right here that red wine was a big money maker when we played with it before, same with the white wine. And beer, surprisingly not so good. Despite its high demand, it generally doesn't go for a lot of money. So thinking about things that we've produced in our run right here from this, scutter around the spreadsheets before getting into anything else. The milk is quite passable, not milk, the cheese is quite passable around here. Generally a deeper green means better money to be made. What have we made that's been really good though? Some of the drugs are definitely more profitable than others. Those contact lenses are going to be a whole lot better than those face masks. When we confirm that in the game here, let's throw away the spreadsheet and start looking in at our drugs here. Where are we making the face masks? We can check the info here. Here's our face mask place. So we make them, they don't sell for that much. Even if we go and check out how we're doing in our retail stores. Hefty markup on them, but they still don't sell for a whole lot, just a couple of quid there. So every time I sell a face mask, I'm making about 2.5 quid there. But if we check out one of those other things, what was the one that was saying was really big? The contact lenses. Slightly more to make, but every time I shift a contact lens, I'm making like $110 or $120. And the demand for contact lenses, how big were those again? Spreadsheet? Spreadsheet says contact lens demand is even higher than that of face masks, so if you really want to maximize the profit, you just pick and choose the ones of these that look the best. Not how I'll probably approach it, I want it all. Everything. No, Henry's not going to fade in. I've purged him from my PC. Haven't purged him from my Google Drive though. So yeah, you could certainly cherry pick the nice ones here, but I think it's just good to get an idea of what are the real money makers and what are not. That's not to say that you can't make money off of bandages, band-aid and cotton wool, but if you make those three and somebody else is making antibiotics, analgesics and supplements, well, those other guys are going to be making the big money. I can also see why the contracts are such big money here. Very high demand, pretty good RRP prices, yeah. When we played around with those, we made the big money, and that's certainly the case here. Looking at it around here, flowers, fast food, regular food, none of them particularly exciting, although mushrooms seem pretty good. Seafood, for whatever reason, thanks to that high cost, is a pretty profitable one to get in on the food. Pasta and rice as well. And when it comes to footwear, shoes, girls' shoes and sports shoes, big money. Sandals, slippers, less so. This is just stuff that I've extrapolated from the game files. I wouldn't have had a good clue of this just looking at the game itself, because it's hard to figure out what demand is from just playing in the game. But it reminds me of fiddling around with Patrician 4, just trying to... I enjoy digging through for this, even though I'm not very well experienced when it comes to spreadsheeting wizardry. I leave that to people like Voomer. It's still where I get my kicks. There we are again on the fuel. See the gasoline, the fuel, the biofuel. Huge demand, reasonable RRP, and then there's the car shampoo and the motor lubricant just doesn't have the demand to make the big bucks. Demand is also a great way to judge just how much you're going to need in terms of factories, and I also went and crunched the numbers on the factories. Not so much about the output, but about how much output it is relative to each other. If I can jump back into the game itself for a little bit, that's not what I want to get rid of. You're what I want to get rid of. If I can get back to the game for just a wee bit. You have a small factory, and a medium factory is twice as good as a small factory, and a large factory is twice as good as a medium one. And a mega factory is... You know, I had the number and I managed to forget it, but I can check it here quickly. I believe a mega factory is 5 times better than a large factory. Something like that. It's pretty huge. You know, I had the numbers and forgot them, so it's probably a waste of time that I ever tried. In any case, anything that has particularly large demand, I'm going to make sure that I've got a mega factory up and running for it. The longer it's up and running, the more people get trained for it, the more throughput they can do. I was really scratching my head as to why some of the household products that I was working on before, why is it that I'm having no problem at all producing all the keys that I need, but I'm having a lot of trouble making microwaves. So I actually went in and had a look at this, because I could not rest until I had the answers for this. Otherwise I'll be stumbling forward blindly. So I went into HHH Home Appliances and checked those microwaves. When you make a microwave, you make a microwave. When you make keys, you make 50 keys. So I decided to go and check that with my spreadsheet right here. Now, I put some work into it, might as well get some screen time around here. How does the alphabet work again? Where's H? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Here we go. We've got our home appliances here. Here are the keys. So the keys have the highest demand out of all the home appliances at 0.66. There's some calculation on that, but I forget what it is. I think it's like for every person, you multiply the population of a city with the demand, and that's how many items they need annually. I'm not going to crunch those numbers yet. Might do for the late game. But in any case, although the demand for keys was pretty high, I make 50 keys every time it goes through manufacturing in one of my warehouses. Microwaves have a slightly lower demand, only slightly, maybe about 2/3 of the keys, but I only make 1. So that's why the microwaves are suffering. I can't keep up with the demand. I could go and make myself some bigger factories, and I likely will go back and change that, because I know I'm going to need to later on. But although there's more money to be made there, I think I'm going to focus on something else before I come back and redo some factories. There's other work to be done. Kitchen appliances are good. I say this without any bias. Says microwave. Well, one of the big pluses about having supply not meet demand is I can charge whatever I want for it. So we're out here selling microwaves for how much? That's internal sale. Whew, that scared me for a bit when I saw them being sold for $6. No, I sell my microwaves for anything but $6. They're going out there for $105. Jeez, that's like twice what I paid for my one. Excellent. Good to see it. Very good to see it. That killed me, says Burden Warrior. What? I like to use my microwave to boil water. Is that an efficient use of a microwave? I mean, I use a kettle like a normal person. No. Or use an iron like an abnormal person. Irons that need iron. In any case, we've come a long way, and our jump up with home appliances, with razors and microwaves, keys, irons, fans, hair dryers, and the like, pretty much doubled the amount of revenue and therefore profit that we make. We're feeling pretty good, and I think we're top of the annual profit list here. Yeah, significantly above Keeper Holdings. Sadly, though, this doesn't leave me with a lot of liquidity to go and buy out other companies. I'd really love to start buying up, you know, a bank with good market share, an insurance company with good market share, maybe some tech companies that have some decent tech, and especially telecoms. God, I wish our telecom market share was a whole lot better than it is, but it ain't. So, speaking of which, why is our telecom so low? Let me look into this for just a moment. Oh yeah, just gotta put in T for telecom. I would like to look for all telecom in this city. So we have 10%. The Ravens, they're the first ones that ever established telecom in all the cities. And the Ravens have a lot more market share than us. I don't like that. But what bothers me is that Beatrice doesn't seem to care. Beatrice keeps charging a lot of money for these. I think it's time to assume direct control. I'm going to take over every telecom thing myself. I'm going to make sure that we check all telecom everywhere, and I'm going to reduce the pricing enormously. I'm going to make a loss on this just to secure market share. Or actually, how's the profit looking? Well, profit will go up as we gain market share, which so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the pricing to... I'll check what the others are at, but let's say $10 to keep it competitive, and I'm going to go max on upgrading infrastructure. And I'll leave this for a few years to hopefully secure market control, and then I'll put Beatrice back in charge, because I just want to get the market share, rather than just let the others take it like we are. So go through all of them, drop it down significantly, max this out. I have other companies that can take the slack on this, so I'm not too bothered about the extra that I'm paying for this. I should go and make sure that $10 is actually competitive in each of the places I'm going to. Why is that not maxed out? Let's no longer just check our firms. 14, 18, 20, 20, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so the way this is, hopefully, if someone can remind me in a year or two to check back on our telecoms, hopefully we'll get a lot more market share, which will make up for the loss in profit of both spending a lot on infrastructure and dropping the prices here. Sadly, we can't market our way to the future with telecom. There's no marketing for telecom. You just compete on price and hope that you have enough infrastructure to absorb the others. Okay, so we'll check back on that and hope that it does better. Okay, glad I took the moment to check that out. I have a feeling there are going to be some angry people leaving my R&D later on, because Archibald Vile, it seems like he makes some people happy, but not enough of them. That was a problem we had last time. But I ran some hands off, and I do think that the CTO rehires people after they resign, so it might not be as big a problem as it seems. It's just that notification I get. If you produce 50 keys each time, should the cost be divided by 50 for your profit calculation? Not entirely sure what you mean, but let's try and figure out what you mean. This game already tells me how much it costs me to produce one key. So one key is only taking about 4 cents in this factory to make. And the prices that I have on my spreadsheet are the price per key that I'm able to sell them at. Roughly, this is the recommended retail price. Inflation will make it go up, and my own margins and the amount that I want to charge and the quality will all make it go up. So the RRP is a very, very rough guide. But generally, inflation will make them all go up the same. That's not true. There's some hidden boosts to RRP that are inflation independent, but I'm counting those out because they're not enough for me to care about. Maybe they should be, but I wasn't willing to go to the work for it. If there's anything else you meant about it, then I don't know. No, I got nothing about the salary, about the issue about salaries or not. I got a recommendation that you can play with the setting for simplified talents, but, well, you can't change settings once you're mid-game, so I'm not going to bother with that. Plus, it would remove the headhunting and stuff, and I may want to headhunt some of my competitors. Yeah, the Sabbath fell to CapLab. The Sabbath's failed to plenty of games before. It fell to... Well, I'm pretty sure it fell to Patrician 4 before, but it certainly fell to RimWorld not too long ago. Right, and enough about what we're doing right now. What are we going to do? I believe we are not in debt. That's because that's what I want to believe. Okay, we are somewhat in debt, but given what we have, that's not a whole lot of debt to be in. And I would like to celebrate being in debt by being in even more debt. I think I'm going to take out another... Oh, let's not beat around the bush. Give me $1 billion, please. Goodness, that's a bit more than I thought there. There we go, about $1 billion. We're still corporate credit rating A. I could put out a bond, but again, I always prefer to take out loans if I can, because while the interest is higher, it's a lot more easy to manage than a bond. If somebody buys my bonds, then you can't always buy them back. So just get $1 billion so I can play around here. What we did last time is we got in on electrical components, silicon, and steel. Steel's a big one. We are, I think, the only producer of steel, so anybody who wants it has to come through us. And a lot of things need steel. And I figured, since we have steel, what can we make with steel? And I was humming and hoeing about it before because someone was already slightly in the market, but we're going to go for it anyway. Automobiles. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. That means it would fit perfectly inside a single automotive dealer. Yeah, there's an automobile outlet here. And if I check my spreadsheet here, we can go and check automobiles. And I was a little turned off by the terrifyingly low demand for each of these things. The only thing that has a reasonable amount of demand on it are moto helmets, and that's still only 4 times as much as scooters. But, my goodness, there's some real money to be made here. Some really real money to be made here. So we need to look into what it takes to be making... Oh my god, I keep getting rid of the wrong thing. Let's move you up so I can get rid of you easier. Don't worry, OBS magic. The prices though, yeah, the price is what brings that one home. Of course, they have very, very low necessity index, the lowest of the whole game, so as soon as there's a crunch, nobody's going to want to buy these, but big whoop, I'll get in there anyway. My bakeries is making all the buses that there are, but I think I could fight bakeries on buses, I can outprice them, and best of all, I can produce everything that's needed for it myself. Bus bodies are made of glass and galvanized steel. Well, glass is a product of silica, which I have access to myself. On top of that, engines are just made of steel, which we have. And rubber is something I can start growing myself. Galvanized steel is a little trickier. I need zinc. I could just buy galvanized steel from somewhere, or I could buy raw zinc from somewhere. I know there's a zinc farm upstate, so I will do one of those. Carbon is also needed. For that, chemical minerals are needed, and again, I could go and get those myself, but I could just buy them in just as easily, so I'll probably buy them in from an external producer. Better to buy in the raw stuff than the produced stuff, I imagine. Wait, a camper needs beds? Oh, I didn't think about that. Does anyone make beds? No, but I could make beds, funnily enough. That is quite funnily. The tech varies quite a bit on the quality for these. So I think the obvious thing to do is start getting on tech for all of these. Unless I could acquire tech. Let's have a look at that actually. We should go to our headquarters and see if there's any product tech for... Oh god, the ordering of this is purely alphabetical. So windows are next to wine glasses. This is not going to be pleasant to look at, is it? If we wanted to acquire bus technology... Yeah, no, not even worth my time. I'm just going to set up a lot of R&D for it. So, starting to get to the point where I'm kind of pressed for space around here. This is where my docks are, so it makes sense to do my R&D further away from the docks. This is where I do all my tech R&D, so I might try and do as much product R&D over here as I can. So let's just get to it. This is my big step up for automotive. I hope it pays off, because it could easily not. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'll plunk one of you down here, make sure that you're using my product thing here. And then I'm going to use the lesser known duplicate firm button and make 12 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I didn't know that these didn't need road access until very recently. I'm glad I did. Okay, let's just get on everything. Fortunately, it's all quite early in the list, so automobile, bring them on, get to work on those buses. 2 years, as usual. And we're just going to do the same for all of these and hope that we don't run out of talent. I'll be very sad if I run out of talent, but I really want to corner this entire market. There's no good reason for leaving any loose ends here. It's all worth good money. Except for the helmets, but we're still going to do the helmets, because why not? Actually, not having access to carbon is a good reason why not. But I don't want to leave any loose ends, especially when it fills up a single shop rather nicely. Now, if I do run out of talent here, then I'm going to have a little bit of a rethink, but it looks like we have plenty. Just hired a lot of them, keep that R&D going, and if you could be so kind, Archibald Vile, please give them raises when they ask for it. I really don't like it when my R&D staff quit on me. Making beds would also make a good segue into the furniture later on down the line. True, and I should even consider starting work on my bed technology. But at this point, I have the ability to jump into just about any market, even if there is competition. I just need to choose my markets well. The biggest hurdle is likely going to be if there are natural resources that I need, because unlike most costs, that cost keeps going up and up. The more natural resources I claim for myself, the more expensive it is to get the next natural resource, and that can make it burn quite a lot. When we were playing around before, I think we eventually found it taking over $1 billion just to acquire some resources. So thankfully most raw resources are available one way or another. Okay, we're starting to tap the amount of talent here, but we've got enough of them to be able to get everything done here. Good, good, good. And the last one here. Let's go automobiling and R&D for van. 2 years. And let's also preempt our need for... Whoa, now. Use that. Preempt our need for the beds. Beds under furniture. Don't know how much they care about beds, but I want to be right up there. Somebody's on that bookcase technology like there's no tomorrow. Okay, well, we're committed now, aren't we? Well, let's make sure we're super committed. Always happier when I save my game. We'll call it Perfect 011. And then let's start considering how we do this. First off, I want to make sure I have all the raws needed. And then probably use this for my Automotive Industrial Park. One slight barrier to my plan is the access to rubber. Rubber is available. Who is it available from? The Blurple Busters control the entire market share of rubber. I like to source my rubber from myself. Unfortunately... Oh no, fortunately the sowing month is May, which it is right now. Okay. I don't know how much rubber the world really needs, but let's make sure we're set up with a large farm so we're prepared for any amount of rubber needs. So... Yeah, I'll just slam you down here. And... Yeah, I think we can use this setup for it. Grow a crop, and unfortunately there are various kinds of R, so... I said I would sort out a way for my blueprints here, and I never did. There's gotta be a way to have these ready to rock and roll. The base game has presets for all the crops. Maybe this mod does somewhere, and I just don't have them. In any case, these should immediately start sowing, so I should have access to my own rubber easily enough. I might need a dedicated rubber warehouse, because a lot of things need rubber. How many things need rubber? Tell me manufacturer's guide. Don't tell me that though. Manufact guide here. 29 different things need rubber in various quantities. What was that? 60 pounds of rubber goes into a wheel. Okay, heavens to Betsy. I hope one large farm can handle this. In any case, I will have a dedicated warehouse for rubber, if that's how it's going to be going. Because throughput is a concern in this. So I'll be ready for the rubber there. So that takes care of one of the big things straight away. I already have access to steel, so making my own tires won't be too tough. Taking care of all the stuff needed for an entire product class. Varies by product class, but it can be a little bit intimidating. Fortunately though, we have the resources, we have the technology. Galvanized steel could be a problem. Do I want to buy in galvanized steel or zinc? It's a real choice I have to make. Jeff Wayne's Store of the Worlds makes all of the galvanized steel available in the world. And what about zinc? For zinc I need to go products, all, and down to, no, not down to there, down to raw. Raw materials. Eyes open for zinc, it'll be at the bottom. Look at that, completely dominated by Jeff Wayne's Store of the World. No, that's Blurple Busters. And it's just across the street from me, shouldn't be too hard to get. They're selling it for only slightly above cost, more fool them. Alright, I mean, you find the most unlikely alliances here, but between us and the Blurple Busters, we might be able to go quite far. They're meeting the demand for, yeah, there we go, Jeff Wayne's Store of the Worlds. I think I'll get the raw zinc because they're selling it just barely above cost. If I were a betting man, this is a factory of galvanized steel. It is, and look at the markup in galvanized steel. Considerably heavier. Yeah, I'm making my own galvanized steel. Plus, the galvanized steel would have to be brought in from Grimsby, and out of this factory that I can't guarantee would meet demand. Plus, look at that quality. Nope, we galvanize our own steel around here. Training in R&D, Jake. You are quite right. I don't think you... Yeah, you don't change training budgets. But I'll be coming back here and applying all max training everywhere eventually. So I don't really need to worry about that just now. Okay, if I'm doing galvanized steel, then you guessed it, I'm going to need to research galvanized steel, or will I? It's one thing to take into account how much these matter for the end product. So galvanized steel is about 25% of the bus body, for example, but the bus body itself is 30%. So galvanized steel itself doesn't matter that much for it. It's more about the engine. Do I have engine tech? Probably not. But the engine... Oh god, the engine's all about the tech. I actually need to get on engine technology. Alright, what other R&Ds are we going to need along the way? I might do galvanized steel as a tech, but I'm low on semi-product technology people. Looks like engines matter quite a lot here. Polyester matters for moto helmets. Polyester's going to be a pain in my butt. I think moto helmet's going to be a pain in my butt for this. Alright. These are all semi-parts, aren't they? So things like car body, yeah, semi-product. How many semi-product people are available in talent right now? Semi-products, loads of them. Okay. Then I guess we're going to continue to have plenty of R&D centers here. I want, let me think, car body, galvanized steel, tires, and maybe a couple other things. Now I need to try and remember what all those things were. Semi-products, yes. R&D for wheels and tires, yes. 2 years. And I want, again with these semi-products... The scrolling on this with using your key inputs doesn't work at all. It always just takes you to the bottom. What was it? Galvanized steel was a pretty important one, probably. Somebody else has Tech 100, did it say? Doesn't matter, we'll catch up eventually. Especially as our people get better training and just become better researchers. What else is relatively important in putting these goods together? Glass. I need to start making my glass. Keep that one in mind though. Engine tech. Right. Engine is under semi-products still. So hire all the semi-product people, find engines, make better engines. That one's very important. It's actually kind of tempting to have 2 different people working on engines since it's such a big player in the quality of this. You know what? I'm thinking we'll do it. Semi-products, hire another batch of these guys and tell them to also work on engine stuff every 2 years. And then I'm gonna have you guys, another semi-product, and we'll have you guys work on glass. Not glass bottles, just raw glass. Okay, is there anything else I should really be concerning myself with when it comes to tech here? Car body's a consideration, but a little too niche for my liking here. And we already do the end results, product tech anyway. Although they care a lot about the raw material quality. Also, smart car body is its own thing here. So is tractor body. That's a lot of different research to do. No, I think that'll do on the research front. I got galvanized steel as part of it. Okay, time for some factory going on. How many things are going to need galvanized steel? Galvanized steel is itself used in 8 different things. None of them, I believe, have particularly high... Oh lord! It takes 950 units of galvanized steel to make a bus body. 900 for a car body. Let's not mess around here. We're getting a big factory for galvanized steel. So let's just mega factory it. No second thoughts and no regrets. Gonna be tough on space because I can't delete the roads here, which is a bit of a pain in the bum, but we'll make do with that. Galvanized steel, we make it, and we're gonna source that zinc from the Blurple Busters. The freight cost and the price is scary, but at least it should be relatively cheap. It'll be a lot cheaper than buying the galvanized steel itself. So that's great, that can come through here. I want another, probably mega factory for glass. I can imagine plenty of people needing glass. Now some factories I think I can get away with having small ones of, but that'll be for the finished products. Just because the demand is so small for them, I can't imagine needing anything other than a very small bus factory. Hopefully I'm not wrong on that, but it could be. I just don't want to, if I'm pretty sure I only need a small factory, no sense prepping ourselves up for having big ones. Now where was my mind at? Wheels and tires, and oh, I need to make me some engines, but I was on the glass, right? Yeah, this is for glass. Make sure we have access to that. Set up factory for glass. Make sure the silica is sourced from my own warehouse. I didn't check the steel, but the steel should also be from my own warehouse, and that should come along nice and easily. Worst case, you could make those outfits from the rubber. I hear people enjoy those. I'm sure there'll be plenty of uses for rubber. Let's make sure this warehouse is set up for it. So much for your day off. Well, this is how I want to spend my day off though, right? That makes it okay. Any other products needed other than the things that directly play into these? Bus bodies and car bodies I think are both made out of the same equipment. Beds are made from timber, but I'll get on these as the last ones. I want to dig deeper into anything else that I need. Carbon. Carbon I can make with my own coal and somebody else's chemical minerals, so that's okay. The dye stuff. Other people have dye stuff. Although I could make my own, couldn't I? Whatever, I think I will just make this from imported stuff and make my own carbon. And then later I'll backwards integrate those. That's all fine, that's all fine, that's all fine, that's all maybe fine? Huh, even smart car bodies still just need regular galvanized steel. Tractor bodies, again with the galvanized steel. Truck parts, again with the galvanized steel. And once more. Okay, so we have everything that makes up these apart from those bloody helmets. And the helmets are the least profitable of all of these goods, with the highest demand, so it's also a big pain. On the plus side, we make 3 per unit. So it's time to set up factories for each of these. Since I only need 1 unit of most of these things, I suspect that I don't need a lot of factory for them. The car bodies, the bus bodies, that's probably all taken care of with a small factory each. The engine, on the other hand, the engine is used in a lot of different things, isn't it? Well, it's used for all of these, that's for sure. Also in the turbines. I might need a medium factory for engines. I might need a large one for engines. That seems excessive. Surely a medium one will be fine for engines, but I can't help but feel that I struggled on engines before. Maybe risk it with a big one on engines. It's not a big loss if that goes south. So, let's go top to bottom and make our things for everything. Bus body then. And again, I should be able to make do with small factories for a lot of this, but where's the best place for small factories? I think along here, good place for it. So, factory, small, wait, no, I should wait until things flush through. Yeah, I should wait until things flush through the system before I start making those. Ah, but that includes rubber now, doesn't it? Rubber won't be ready for a while, but I guess I can get everything else ready, and then I can mass change my rubber. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, let's get this stuff done. Didn't you need a large factory for the engines when trying to fill the turbine demand? Yeah, that was the thing, wasn't it? You need a lot of turbines for the public utilities. Where was that again? Was it under gas? You make 40 gas things with a turbine, 1 engine to 1 turbine. The water also needs it, but you also make a lot of contracts out of them. I struggle to understand why my engine thing was failing so hard before. But I don't know. But I'm going to believe in a medium. Did I say a medium or a large one for the engines? Now I can't remember. See, I can't even remember what I was saying before. Probably means it's not important. Alright, I've got the glass. Get me the galvanized steel, and I will shove it through a warehouse as I often do. Don't know why I was going with F that. Warehouse starts with W, to the surprise of many. I think I'll just try and keep my mid products in here, but I'm not sure this is going to be big enough for the many different mid products for this stuff. So glass comes through here. Actually, a lot of things are going to need glass, aren't they? Automobile, bus body, glass. Glass is used for 59 different products. Generally, they all need 1 unit of glass. I'm sure something is going to be different. Shower boxes and that. I actually reckon this warehouse that's going to be taking in the rubber could also take in the glass. So take in that glass for now, and I will have more glass and rubber come in here as time needs. You, however, taking in that galvanized steel. There we go. Glad you guys can't hear my furious typing, but the game makes up for that with its own noises. As usual, these things are not specifically set for internal sale. I don't mind if other people take my glass or my galvanized steel. It's just more money in my pocket. I just don't like the fact that they can profit off of it as well. So, why did I not set up my engine thing yet? Factory. Maybe I should do a large one for engines. Let's just take care of any problems. Nip them in the bud, so to speak. Wait, large is big. No, medium. Let's go back on what we just said and put up a medium factory here for engines. And of course, we source our steel from our... You know, I don't need to source that steel. Beatrice will figure out where that steel comes from. It comes from this warehouse. And I believe she prefers to get from warehouses anyway. Alright. So again, wait until it flushes through the warehouse, then set them to cost. And then we're good. I'll wait till the engines are flushed through the system as well. Here you go. Link that up with the engines. Flush them through. And as time passes, that rubber is being sewn. It is being sewn, right? Good, good. Okay, everything at cost. Galvanized steel costs me a couple of dollars to make. So galvanized steel is on internal sale for a couple of dollars. Engines cost me... don't believe that number there. Wait, engines do cost me an absurd amount to make. What the heck? Just how much steel do you need for an engine? 500 units of steel. Well, that's beginning to explain a thing or two. And you are getting them from the warehouse, so engines are mad expensive. Scary. Well, I can tell why they're selling them at that cost, but don't internal sale those. Have other people buy our engines. Still, 223 cost per engine. Bring that right the way down. Good enough. And did I miss glass? I think I missed glass. Glass costs me, I use my own silica, so it's nice and cheap, but glass costs me about a quarter, I believe the Americans would call it. So, bring it down. Wait, I just remembered something that I saw when I was poking around earlier when I'm poking around with that. These tomatoes. There's something off about them, isn't there? Yeah. This warehouse wasn't setting my tomatoes to be done at cost, which is, I don't know, 12 cents or whatever. Which means my clients weren't doing so well. I also want to make sure that Beatrice does sell below cost if need be, because that's going to make sure that if I ever mess up and things are coming out of my warehouse at a sky-high price, the Beatrice can change that and actually sell below to stay competitive. I'm also strongly thinking about making her more competitive on the market share, because we have other competition coming in, so favor that a little bit more. Right, so that's some of the stuff now working its way through the system, which is good. And like I said, now we just work top to bottom. Automobiles, bus bodies. And these should really only need small factories. If they need more than that, then I'm in trouble. Let's just slam down a bunch of them and go across. So you are making bus bodies, and you are making... I don't like the way it keeps changing the list here. pass on the tires. Did I not set up a place for tires yet? Because I likely need a bigger place for tires. Maybe a medium one will do for tires. Actually, let me check that out a bit. Tires. It's more about how many tires do these kinds of things need. Let's come out of that and look at the marketing thing again. 4, 4, 4. Okay, right. Of course. Go figure. You can't make a car out of one tire. Alright, then I might even want a large factory for tires, just to be safe on that one. I thought they were used for toys as well, but maybe that's a different kind of tire. And it's used for the mowers. Oh, see, you can make a mower with one tire. Amazing what the world's made of. Oh, can you make a bike? You can make a bike out of one tire as well. 4 units of tires generate 2. Oh, the tires are too wide, Marvin. You cut them in half. Down and around this way, and then you can have more tire. Yeah, maybe one unit is a pair. In that case, you've got a van with 8 tires. You've got a tractor with 10 tires. Well, you know, gotta have spares, don't you? I'm getting distracted here though. Bus body. I need car bodies. I need. Beds is a different story, but truck parts are not. Set up a factory for truck parts. That's the car body again. That's something else entirely. Car body. Smart car body. Set up the factory. It said something was missing for it. Oh, it says the supply of smart car bodies aren't there. Well, that makes sense because I'm putting them in now. What else is needed here? Automobile, smart car. I need some tractor bodies. And I need... I think I'm already making truck parts, right? Yeah, truck parts are down there for the truck. So what is it? Truck and camper both use truck parts. Gotcha. And then van body. Alright, so that should be all the bodies. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Flinging themselves through there. That's going to make this a nice full warehouse of just general parts for my cars. But I'm also going to want tires to flow through there. And like I said, we want a reasonable factory for them. If I'm going to do large, I might as well do mega, but... no, I'm going to make do with large. Not sold on having mega here. So I'll just put you down over here. And your job is to make these wheels for me. Wheels and tires. Steel and rubber. I will, however, tell you to get straight to work because I want my own warehouse steel and I need to choose rubber. There are certainly plenty of options, but if I get it from out of this city, I'm definitely going to be paying over the odds for it. So the Blurple Busters are once again my ally in this, and quality is only 30. Jeez, can we not do better? Some people have much better rubber, but at a much higher price plus much higher import fee. Probably better just to use that crap quality rubber for now. Yeah, besides, I'll change it out once I get my own rubber produced. I just need to remember to do that later. So then we're going to have the tires flush through the system. Everything's going to flush through this warehouse. And then I'm going to start popping out each of these. Now, the last remaining questions are beds and the goods for making helmets. I'll start with the beds because they're much easier. It just needs timber, and timber can be sourced quite easily. Beds themselves, however, they're an interesting one. What's the demand market for beds when we get away from this? Let's bring back our spreadsheet here and make our way down to furniture, which is after fruit and food. Fruit and food, rather. Beds. Relatively low demand. But you need 4 beds for 1 camper van. Gotta remember that as well. I think I'll do a medium bed factory. Nice and easy way to think about it. So, factory, medium 1, set up here with the best of bed technology. I'll put you over here. Make me beds, please, and source your timber from where exactly? Well, when in doubt, just get the best quality. The prices are all over the place. Well, I can get it pretty cheaply from the Skelly Syndicate. Cutting down on a fair chunk of freight and other costs with that. Let's consider just how much quality plays into the making of a bed. 50% of the entire bed quality comes from the wood, so we'll source the best wood for it then. I do actually like in this game, it's a genuine consideration of costs and quality here. Often in this kind of stuff, it's just like either just go cheapest or go best quality. This one makes you think. In any case, I said I'd go for the best quality, and that is the Blurple Busters again, ending up being quite a raw good wholesaler then. Beds aren't going to flush through this warehouse. The beds are going to flush through another different warehouse, which will in time become a warehouse that I use for our furniture when I eventually get there, but it's not there yet. So let's let a bit of time pass, let these warehouses make their magic. DE Inc. is making some car wax, well, good for them, but I'm not sure we really care that much. The beds are ready, so let's make sure the beds flush their way through here. BED, and what's the number for my own suppliers? F3? No, F4? Yeah, there we go. Get the beds into here. I'm going to have a lot of sorting to do when it comes to internal sale and the likes here. But me making one bed cost me 154. That's sadly due to the incredible cost of timber. I could make my own timber. There's a timber yard right here. Wouldn't be that expensive to start mining it. It's pretty crummy quality though. It's not that expensive though. I'll have to consider that down the line. For now, I make plenty of money. Well, I will make plenty of money from the beds coming in and the camper van, so I'm sure it'll be okay. What was that number though? $154 to make a bed. Jeez, that is expensive, isn't it? 154 or so. E-commerce the beds, Jake. That's a good idea. That way we'll get some of them shipped out like that. And they're not on internal sale. None of this stuff should be on internal sale. Well, no one's going to buy those on e-commerce, but that's okay. Just make sure that none of it's on internal sale. So, I'm going to have to sort that out for each of you. The easiest way, I think, is to go firm, factory, my firm, this city, and then just go through these and just go doot, 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 doot. That's all of them, right? I'll believe that it's all of them. They don't need to be in e-commerce. There's no e-commerce demand for these kinds of things. But it looks like they're all in full swing, so let's make sure that this warehouse takes them all in. Yeah, it's heartwarming to see people paying enough attention to this to offer such advice. Now I need to remember what all these things are. Fortunately, I can just put in auto. Automobile? No, they're semi-products. So, bus bodies... and the car bodies... and the... not the engines, we've got those already. Not the galvanized steel, we've got that as well. Gotta go down far for this. Smart car bodies... wheels and tires... and van bodies... truck parts... and tractor bodies. And I hope that's all of them. If I've missed one and there's still space for more, then I'm gonna feel like a fool. Doesn't appear that there is. Man, we made that, and we made it work. Alright, so hopefully they'll all start flushing through the warehouse, and then it's time to start actually putting out the automotive goods themselves. Oh yeah! All of them right there. Now I need to check their costs. Also, why are you on internal... didn't I just take you off internal sale? Maybe I missed a spot. I'm starting to get a bit suspicious. I could have sworn I went through all of these and took them off internal sale, but I don't trust my short-term memory, so don't leave it to that. In any case, van bodies. I make them for $9.81. So we go van body, and we make sure that... wow, look at that price. We make sure that it's set to close enough to $9.81. The tractor body costs us about the same. So tractor body Down it goes to like the 980 somethings. Wouldn't be surprised if it's that much different here. Oh, it's 602. Of course it's smaller, it's made of less things. Smart car body was about 600, wasn't it? Yeah, that's good enough. Truck parts, 1922. Truck parts. We're dealing with big numbers here, aren't we? 1922. Car body, £1,000. Cool, 1,000. And then the bus body, a less than cool, also £1,000. So is that them all at reasonable rates? Yeah, I can tell that by the bars everything's fine except for the tires, which we need to go and check up. Where'd I make my tire store? My tire warehouse? My tire factory? Where'd I put it? Here it is. Tires cost me 107 to make. Now that price will go down a lot when I backwards integrate. But that's not right now, and it might not be for... Actually, it's going to be when my rubber is ready. Or rather, it's going to be when I remember that my rubber is ready. What was it? 150 or so? 100 or so. Alright, down you go. And again, get off internal sale. Yeah, I couldn't wait till Wednesday, Singus. Too much of a burden to bear for me. Right, that's almost everything. It's those accursed helmets. Really, you know, I should just not bother with the helmets, right? I can make do with 11 out of 12 goods on this class. Actually, thinking about it, why even bother with the helmets? They're not going to make much money. Nah, go for complete domination. I can backwards integrate later. Plus, never know who's going to need carbon. I might need carbon down the line. The tricky thing is I'll be buying somebody else's chemical minerals for the carbon. And even once I have the carbon, I think the dye stuff I'll just get off of somebody else. And the polyester, I'll also just get off of somebody else. It's just making that carbon myself. How much carbon does the world need? That's a consideration I need here. So the rest of the things that use carbon, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 3. And when you make carbon, you make 2 kilos of carbon. Wait, you use 2 pounds of stuff and you make 2 kilos of carbon? It's amazing the way the world works. Where do you squeeze that extra 2.4 pounds of material into carbon? Somebody must know. Must be some kind of biochemist out there in chat. In any case, we need a carbon factory, and given what I've seen there, surely a medium one will suffice. And if it doesn't suffice, we can always build more later, or rather just replace it with a bigger one. Get me that carbon, source the coal from myself in the warehouse, and then figure out who to get that chemical mineral from. Get it from anybody. Oh, the only supplier of chemical minerals is the Chengdu seaport. It's low quality, it's relatively cheap. That's going to be interesting if chemical minerals ever runs out, because that means nobody has access to it, which means it could be us that becomes the wholesaler for it. I will forget that, but I will try to keep it in mind, and we'll have access to our goods there. And then, well, soon it'll be time for the warehouses, the factories. But I, surprise, surprise, need another warehouse for carbon. Actually, I can probably use my bed warehouse for carbon once it's ready. May I suggest a bet on whether or not you'll manage to play Capsim tomorrow? No. No, you may not suggest that. Well, you just did, but I don't like overusing bets. I use them for the weekly one-shot, and I very sparingly use them for other situations, usually Caesar 3 cities, because that's quite a bit on the line. But the more you use something, the more you cheapen it, and I really like the betting system for the way that it enriches the weekly one-shot. If we used it every stream, it would lose that little zing, so that's why I deny you, Acronymus. Don't take it personally. Let's take this off of internal sale, and take note that it only costs me 90 cents to make a carbon, despite our imports of the chemical minerals. I will set the price here to 90. Betting on the Henry tourney was fun. Probably shouldn't have bet on that one, but it's good to show all the naysayers. This was 90 cents, right? How was carbon so expensive? Yeah, it cost me 90 to make. Maybe it's because I produce my own coal from here. Coal is very expensive to transport, but keeping my own freight costs down is wonderful. Still, good to have that carbon. We'll have it on the internal sale at cost as usual. And now I can start setting up all of the factories for the goods. And that's going to be a big fat 12 of them, I believe. And they should all be fine as small factories. We got a different design? No, it's just one design for all small factories. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So let's do it. It says the camper stuff isn't available. No, it's just that it doesn't have different levels to go through. Still, set up the factory, and I trust... There we go. I trust Beatrice to be able to source the goods properly. Get the car. Oh, I should set them up for e-commerce, shouldn't I? Get you going. Set up the camper. E-commerce and regular car. E-commerce and moto helmets. That's a weird one. Let's make sure it's sourced correctly. Take it in from my warehouse. Take the dye stuff in from... preferably anything in the current city. There's nothing. Oh man, how does this suspiciously wealthy furry keep making a reappearance here? Right. Best quality is probably the best one to go for. That price is ludicrously high though. Motor helmets don't suffer that much. Let's reconsider the quality implications on a helmet here. They don't care at all about the... well, they care only 5% about the quality of the dye stuff. So we'll get the cheapest crap available, and we'll try to get better polyester for it. So, where were we on that one? Here it was. Dye stuff, link with cheapest. I think cheapest is shown at the top. Maybe not. That's about $2.90 or so. It's also about $2.90, not as good quality. This one's really cheap at $2.50. Not much demand for it. And it would mean I don't have to support the furries, so $2.50 it is. As for the polyester, we want the best that's available. Unfortunately, this is the only available. Quality is 78. Price is super massive. What the hell? They're making a 1000% markup on this. As you can see, the overall quality rating is really, really low because they're charging so much. But I'm just gonna have to make do with that, haven't I? Yes, I am. It seems that the shoe is on the other foot when it comes to price gouging. You win now, Skeletal and Corporate. Still, that's us going to be making our moto helmets. Next up, e-commerce on and luxury cars. E-commerce on and motorcycles. E-commerce on and scooter are you ratty? E-commerce on for smart cars. E-commerce on and tractors. E-commerce on and trucks. E-commerce on and vans. I'm looking forward to the payoff for this so much. It's going to be tragic if this doesn't work out because it's costing a fair bit of money. Better buy them out, lower the prices. Making my own polyester is not out of the question. Actually, what does it take to make polyester? Moto helmet, polyester. Polyester is made of oil and chemical minerals. I have access to my oil. Oh, maybe that's why. Starting to realize why maybe they have to charge so much for it. That's very funny. Polyester, go to supplier. Oil. Who's your supplier? Oh, it's me. And I charge you so much for my oil. And yet at the same time I can't help but feel I don't charge them enough. They are at my mercy for this oil, but I'm now at the mercy of them for their polyester. So that's a difficult bit of yin-yang there, isn't it? If I raise my prices too high, they might decide polyester's not worth it, and then I lose my polyester supply. Still, I won't worry about it because all the money I pay for that fat amounts of polyester, well, not all of it, but a reasonable chunk of it is coming back to me because I have to buy my oil. Still not happy with our markup though. Their 1000% markup means not enough of it's coming back to me. We'll piddle a little bit in their cornflakes, but that's it. I think that's Euristo's company, so I don't want to cheese them up too much, do I? Right, next up is making a dedicated warehouse. Actually, this is going to need 2 warehouses. Fortunately, medium ones should be fine. Warehouse here. Make sure it is max size and has space for all the goodies. And then duplicate it right here. And then once the vehicles start flowing through... Hey, the perfect market's launched a truck. Damn right we have. There we go. They're all out. They all should not be on internal... Of course they're on internal sale. Take it from here, turn it off internal sale, champs. There we go. So the bus market already exists. We're going to be directly competing here with our frankly pretty crappy quality buses. But Beatrice is set to fight for market share, so she will bring the prices down below cost if need be. But let's be honest, we make almost everything for these. It'd be very, very difficult for us to be forced to sell these things below cost. And now, finally, this takes in all the automotive stuff from me. Ooh. They make quite a few buses. Vancouver, Toulouse, Toulouse, Toulouse. They've got a lot of bus factories, even though the demand isn't very high. That's kind of strange. Not sure I understand, but doesn't matter. We bring in our own ones. Bus comes in, car comes in, camper comes in, car comes in, luxury car comes in, moto helmet comes in. I'm gonna hate those helmets, I can feel it. Motorcycle, and scooter, and smart car, and tractor, truck, and van. We're almost done. I just need to set the prices, and then set up the store, and then watch the money roll in. It better roll in, I swear. If it doesn't, then I'll have made some critical mistake here, and I won't know what it is. Okay. How much are each of these things costing me to set up? The buses... Wait, why are you on... Didn't I just turn off internal sale? Correct me if I'm incorrect. But didn't I just turn off internal sale for these? Beatrice? This is not your doing. You're set to never change it. Am I going mad? Is this like when someone breaks into your house only to change all of your door handles? From leverage door handles to twist door handles? Anyway, that's not the question here. The question here is how much do these go for? It costs me about $1,000 to make a bus. So, locate bus. And make sure that it is being sold to myself for about $1,000. Wow, that is a hell of a markup. I like it. I like it a lot. The smart cars are being made for... Wait, is everything just made for $1,000? No, but it's kind of close enough. 300 for the motorcycles, and 3,000 for the luxury car. That's an easy way to think of it. Alright, let's just go for it then. About $1,000. As I said before, these don't need to be spot on. It just needs to be about what these things cost, so I get a good idea of how much were the helmets again. Probably like £4 or so. Just needs to be in the ballpark region, so that when I look at my firms, my retail firms, I can make sure they're being sold as they are. It also allows me to price gouge my competitors easier. Oh, these like 300 or so? Smart car was a bit less, wasn't it? Yeah, because it's less materials in it. Wood needed. Some of these make better margins than the others, but that's okay. No e-commercing out of my warehouses. I like to see big fat losses on my e-commerce. Actually, I want to check in on my internet companies altogether, but for now, just Slick Luigi. Look at those losses. 78 million losses over the past year. And yet, how is the revenue at negative 41? If it's in brackets, it's negative. How is the revenue in negative there? Well, although we show massive losses here, that's because Slick Luigi is paying my factories for the privilege of being able to sell them. So the money's being made on the factories and farms and stuff, not in the e-commerce firm. Sneaky, isn't it? Right, where was my head at? I have everything I need going through the warehouses now, right? Wrong warehouses. Here we go. They look there to me. They look ready for output. I'm going to be so unimpressed if I find out that these things don't make goods as fast as I thought they do. Maybe that's how it goes, though. Maybe it's something like big things take longer to make. Because look, your storage of vans is only 8. What if this doesn't work the way I think it works, and that I actually need bigger factories for these? Well, then it'll be a lesson that I learn here and now. Let's go and set up our automotive shops. Are those losses tax deductible? Yeah, but that doesn't really matter because the gains are going to be taxed as well. I'm also not sure if tax deductible losses bleed between your different firms or not. I haven't looked too much into it because it's not a big deal. It's not like Caesar 3 where cooking the books can be the difference between life and death. So retail store, I'm looking for automobile outlet. It is a 3x3, so it certainly needs some space. And I want it to be in a place that attracts a lot of custom. 48 is pretty good. And actually it's going to be pretty hard to find the space for these, but what the heck, in you go anyway. And let's just make sure we're selling everything from our warehouses, so... let's make sure we have space for everything. The bus goes in, the cabrio goes in, the camper goes in, the car goes in, the luxury car goes in, the accursed moto helmet goes in, the motorcyclisme goes in, the scooter goes in, the van goes in, the truck goes in, the tractor goes in, and the smart car goes in. Quite a varied place to buy your vehicles from, isn't it? So, let's grab you, let's duplicate you, and put you in every single city in the game. It's only a matter of for how long and hard you cook those books. Shouldn't have mentioned Caesar 3, now I'm kind of peckish for some Caesar city building. Oh, I think there's some gaps in the schedule. Maybe we could find a decent map and squeeze a little more in. Speaking of squeezing in here, I'm actually hard pressed to find a place to put down my shop. Because it's a 3x3, it can't nestle in quite as easily as the 2x2s. Yeah, these cities have really been fleshed out with competitors now. I think I'll have to make do with 45 here in Grimsby. They even have cars in Grimsby. I mean, something's got to make everything that awful grey colour. Poor Illustration. Couldn't have happened to a nastier person living near Grimsby. He's keen to remind us that he's not actually in Grimsby, but you can feel the pain in his voice. He knows what's nearby. Right, 42 will do. Toulouse is a big and happening place. Still making it hard to squeeze my way in. Again, when I'm in charge of all the politics... Holy moly, that's a good place for it. When I'm in charge of all the politics, I will have a much easier time establishing myself in cities with new stores, because I can use my mayoral powers to tell other businesses to sod off. And the greatest thing is that won't even cost me money, it will cost the mayor money. And sure, I might be the mayor, but the mayor gets his own private fund for that. And if I need more funds for that, well, that's what taxation is for. I really, really like the amount of 39 there, 42 here. I'll go for 42, and that's my 5. I really like the level at which you can be corrupt in this game. It is truly unfiltered capitalism. Okay, that actually went alright-ish. I'm going to pay back as much of that loan as I can, because the interest rate is pretty high on it. I didn't actually need as much of that money as I thought. Thought there might be a bit more buying out of raw materials that I'd need to do. Oh, it was only a 3-year loan. I should have taken it out for 5. Well, it doesn't matter too much. Let's hope and pray that that money goes my way. It'll take a wee bit for the market to catch on, but hopefully these guys will work just fine. Those are on internal sale, and for God's sake, why? Why is internal sale on for these? This absolutely should not be on internal sale, and I'm all but certain I turned off internal sale. Maybe it's something like you change it, but then it makes its first product, or I don't know. I can't actually think why it would be such an issue. Okay. They're probably not going to do any e-commerce until they fill up the warehouse, which might take a bit of time. And it's kind of thrilling to see that I'm not meeting demand already. That's actually a bit scary. What's going on there? I might have a rude awakening where I find out that you actually need bigger factories than I thought. Look, this thing is working 100% in 3 manufacturer units to make smart cars. And the sales are working damn near flat out as well. Constantly empty. But that makes sense, because it's filling up the warehouses right now. What worries me is the warehouses saying that they're not meeting demand. Which could mean that the stores themselves are just stocking their shelves, dare I say, but I'm still a little worried about it. If I have to go back and make 12 larger factories, that means going through a lot of that again, which I'd rather not. But at least I'd learn a lesson about how those things go. Alright, where are my firms at? Why is it not showing me my firms? There we go. Let's try and locate that automotive dealer of ours and look at the loss that it's making. That's a little bit scary. Nice. Motor helmets, less nice to look at. But there we go. People are buying them. They're being sold at astronomically high levels compared to what it costs us to make them. So while you might not get the huge numbers of these things sold, you make up for it in that big, fat, juicy margin. Percentage-wise, I've got better margins elsewhere, but there's a big difference between selling a $1 egg for $5 and selling a $100 bike for $10,000. Don't forget your training, Jake. Thanks for the heads up. There we go. It's a shame you can't just have that, like, always train everyone super max, but Ming has brought out a new saxophone. Good for them. Now, let's have a look-see here. This is a good sign. The supply is eclipsing demand in almost everywhere, not for luxury cars for some reason. Guess everybody really loves our cars. We were able to bring the brand of our goods up immediately with lots of advertising. That's also good. That's probably what killed our profits so early on. But as the market share increases, I'm looking forward to big, juicy profits out of you. We've already broken through the 1.1 million, or 1.1 billion rather. Any companies having a stock downturn, there's only 2 places that are not growing, and it's only slight contraction. So I imagine the stock price is holding fine for everyone, but let's have a quick look. Stock overview, Hon is actually mooning right now. Yeah, nobody seems to be struggling that badly. Archibald wants a raise, of course he does. The Win Lobby will struggle because they are a newcomer. I feel so bad for newcomer AIs in this. I'd rather have this sorted by AI strategy, because what I'm most interested in are insurance and banks. I'd love to buy out some. Norwegian Wood has learnt about Cheddar. Yeah, all the companies are doing really rather well, which disgusts me. I was really hoping I could be buying people out, but seems it won't be that easy. Why is the Workers' Guilds not mooning, though? Looking at the stock exchange for... let's see... Workers' Guild... well, they have 50 million shares out there, so they've certainly devalued it quite a lot over the time, but why are they just not doing particularly well. Corporate details, workers guild. You got a lot of retail stuff going on, a lot of manufacturing, a little bit of R&D. They've got their own software company or internet company. They're doing e-commerce. Looks like they're selling their magazines and things online. So what's your problem? You had a long period of low profitability, or no profitability. Couldn't tell you exactly why, but at least you're rescuing yourself a bit right now. Might mean it's worth buying into them at this point. If I ever wanted to get into the books and magazines thing, it would be good to have them, because I could gobble them up and take their tech on that. And I don't think I'll be getting into books and magazines for any length of time. So, given how they've been struggling lately and their stock price reflects that, it might not be a bad idea to go over and see if I can buy out some of them. I mean, just look how cheap that stock is. And Rhombic has a lot of it. Is Rhombic a venture capitalist? Check them out here. Deep ryeing the books right now. Rhombic is indeed a venture capitalist, but venture capitalists do sell stock, so let's see what they're... I'll offer them a pretty low amount for it. They probably won't take it, though. They want me to pay quite a bit for some shares in this. Forget that for now. I'll see if somebody else will offer me more. Tian owns the company. He won't give it up. Nolan Oil. Are you willing to give me some? Oh god, they want even more. Right, I come... I kneel back to you, Rhombic. I will take those shares at that price you offer. Now I finally have shares in the company. It's taken a long time. But I'm actually going to see if I can take advantage of this low stock price and buy up a reasonable portion of them. Now hopefully the company doesn't just crumble later on. But I have a feeling they're going to do alright down the line. I think I might even buy 20% of the company right now. I want to start getting my stocks game going. Is there anybody else who I think now's a good time? I mean, everybody's stock is doing really well right now. Fortress Limited and Lanka are down a bit, but I don't know enough about their companies to make a call on why that is. Leighton and Luke's has been... What the hell's up with Leighton and Luke? Leighton and Luke is a nautical diversified thing run by Callum. What the hell have they just done? Their profits down so much. Maybe they established a bunch of... Well, I don't know. What are you actually doing right now? You're making video game. You are about to make a better version of video game. And when that comes out, in about 6 months, it's probably going to be very profitable. I think that's a good enough reason to start thinking about investing in Leighton and Luke's. But then their stock price looks pretty healthy as it is. I don't know about this. Hey Rhombic, I've already made you pretty rich. Maybe I could make you a little bit richer. Oh god, not at that price. Abort, abort. Surely Callow's a masterful CEO. I mean, he's been to Spain. It's so good that that is actually a superpower in State of Decay. Always remember someone saying, like, how is vacationed in Spain a trait? Worked for Callum, at least for a while. Okay, at least I can sell my beds on the e-commerce. They won't be selling until they fill up the warehouses though, which is a bit sad. Which kind of makes it a better reason to sell e-commerce from the warehouses, but I'm not resetting them up for that. Just want to make sure that none of my factories are on internal sale, because they like to keep switching to that for some odd reason. Oh, my rubber. Soon my rubber will be flowing. I need to remember that. Hopefully there's nothing else I need to remember, because I'm bad at remembering. I'll be honest though, my money isn't going up and up and up as I was hoping it would. Maybe it's all the very high initial construction costs are eating into my potential profits. For now, though, what am I looking for? Automotive. Automobile outlet, my firm, every city. How are you doing right now? That's not the profit I was looking for. Looking at about 5 million or so there. Gotta remember though, not all the profit is made here. Fair amount of it is made on the farms too. Penultimate can get a raise for that. Still, when I compare it to other things like my... Oh, Crivens, where do I sell my home equipment stuff? Electric stores, right? Well, actually, even them doesn't look all that profitable now, does it? Well, we'll see how it comes to pass. I do want a supermoon with my money. How's telecom, Jake? Yeah, we said we'd give that a while before we check in on it. It is going up though, right? That's my price adjustment right there. Let's check our other telecoms. Oh yeah, great. We're grabbing that market share and we're looking horribly unprofitable on them, but that's okay. For me, it's all about getting that market share right now. If I steal it from my competitors, they'll be less valuable. Might even be able to buy them out on the cheaper if they can't do the one thing they specialize in. What kind of mouse are you using? It is a very satisfying click sound. You're hearing the game actually, you can't hear my mouse at all. That click noise there, and that click noise, and that click noise, all the game. In fact, I am rapidly and very loudly clicking my mouse. And you can't hear it, can you? I can hear it, it's very loud, but that's my, that's RTX voice killing it. Maybe we can get a little fancy, since you asked. Disable noise removal, and hopefully not crash everything by doing that. Wow, background white noise. Anyway, now I'm going to click my mouse for you. Significantly less satisfying, probably. Probably very annoying as well. So we're going to stop that. Enough of that. It's not RTX voice anymore, it's NVIDIA broadcast. But RTX voice sounds better. We can hear the mouse. Yeah, sometimes my mouse wheel gets very loud on it. A tiny bit of mouse wheel goes through with the filter. Yeah, it doesn't filter out everything. Sometimes it filters out too much. I don't like it when it filters out me. Okay, the god-awful drugs that I set up at some point actually make some hefty enough profits. But I think Cerberus is moving in on me there, because I consolidated all of my research down quite tightly into 3 R&D centers instead of 9 of them. It might be time to set up better drugs R&D. Do we have many people that know about drugs to hire? Yeah, we do. Crackers. I don't know. I think I'll just leave my drugs as they are, even though I'm clearly not making enough of everything. Like those contact lenses. People want more contact lenses, and they're very profitable. The game troubles me greatly. It's all made from imported stuff, but the margins I make on contact lenses are great. No, we'll leave it be. It's a bit of an untapped market, but what I'd rather do is set up new markets. What I hope will be perfectly... Oh, I'm worrying about this. See that? I'm not meeting the demand for a lot of these things, and I don't know why. Maybe small factories are just a lot worse than I thought, but I would have thought with the absolutely minute level of demand for these things, a small factory would be fine. Yeah, but they all say, well, it doesn't matter what the factory says about supply and demand because it's the warehouses wanting to fill up. But look at the warehouse, it's got nothing there. They're all being sent out as soon as they can. We haven't stepped into beverages yet. We don't have good access to water. It's all crummy imported water. I am just really surprised at this, that small factories aren't enough. The manufacturing is working flat out. Maybe 5 cities is a lot of demand. Granted. Yeah, maybe I need to stop underestimating it. We got bitten on the... Well, but then I look at this. Like, I have a small factory making hair dryers, and that is plenty. I guess it won't be plenty down the line, but... Oh well, not meeting demand means we can charge more for it, so let's not worry about it. There's several kinds of fruit involved in making all the beverages. If I get into the beverages, I'm going to have to make a lot of farms all over the place. One of my employees has resigned. Let's keep this in mind, shall we? Maybe in like a year or two. Let's check the Moto Helmet R&D and see if Archibald Vile fills up this slot with a new talent. For God's sake though, why is he not raising salaries? One thing you should do, he raised it for you and you, but not for the other people. He's just trying to make me unhappy, I think. Employee retention. Maybe he just really doesn't want to be spending money if he doesn't have to. I don't know, I might send it in as a proper bug report. Or if, I guess at this point it's not a bug report, it's a feature request. There's not necessarily a bug that's stopping him from doing it. But the feature request would be more control over employee retention. But that doesn't seem worth its own kind of mechanics, right? If you hire these people and you train them up to be better, then you absolutely don't want them leaving. I don't know. I don't work on this game. I work with this game, and sometimes against it. Oh god, I gave them a bit too much of a hike. See, this isn't what I should be spending my time doing. This is something Archibald Vile should be doing with his wicked devil magic. But it's that sudden sound effect, I don't like hearing it. Okay, Jeff Wayne's Store of the World's making asphalt tiles, good for them. And, well, although I was a little concerned about not meeting the demand with my vehicles, not all of them at least. See, the Cabrio cars are doing alright, but the buses aren't? How can this be? Point is, though, my money's going up, and I rather like to see that. Did Jake allow Vile to do anything? No, he's not allowed to do anything. But there are only two things I can allow him to do. He can either change R&D projects, and you never want your AI to do that. He'll do something like, let's do a 10-year R&D project on pillows. And you'll be like, why? Why? So no, never ever let AI decide R&D. And I don't see any point in making him change training budget when I want training maxed at all times. Because Archibald Vile just loves his pillows, doesn't he? Okay, glad to see my money doing really well. I'm going to take advantage of that and repay my loans. There we go. No more debt. At least not yet. I will be jumping into more debt soon enough. 10-year R&D on pillows. How does that man even sleep at night? Oh yeah, I've actually wanted to go shopping for a new pillow. I've had this pillow that has that kind of that curve that I think is meant to lodge into your neck. Or maybe I'm using it upside down, who's to say? But wear and tear has kind of made that thing crumble apart a bit, so it's high time I got a new one. Ah, well actually I'm heading over to a place near IKEA soon enough. I'll go and stop in. Reward myself with a new pillow in memory of Archibald. I hate those pillows with bizarre shapes. I rather like them. I like them when they got that cool bit inside it. Oh jeez. Right. Stop thinking about pillows. We suddenly have something that resembles an emergency. The supply of water has stopped. But whenever you find a bad situation, you should find a way to make it into a good situation. The only source of water in all the cities is gone. In fact, if we go over here and we wanted to check, say, cheese. Yeah, there we go. Cheese is unavailable in the market. Now, what does that mean? It means anybody else who needed water, like our cheese competitor, the guy who was making the Emmental, is now, well, they're at as much mercy as we are for the water. This could be an opportunity to get into Emmental myself. There's no competition, but there's no space in my supermarkets for another type of cheese, so I think I'll pass on that. So, there needs to be a water supply, and I will be the man who brings in the water. Where is the water? There's some 71 quality water in Vancouver. Keep an eye out for W's on the minimap. Or it might even be easier just to look for that blue patch on that. There we go. 65 available in Grimsby. 68 in Chengdu. Toulouse has 65. That's all Garbo. And 64 in Sydney. So, fortune favours us. The best water is already in Vancouver. Even though 71 is some god-awful quality. I need that flowing straight away, so even though I just paid off my debts, I'm going straight back into debt. I would like a 5-year loan for another, $500 million should do. And let's get a natural oil well going. The reason water stopped was because I have a setting on somewhere. I can't change these once you start out with them, I think, but where is it? Products? Yeah, constant import supply is off. So that means that if you rely on getting something through the seaport, it might stop at any moment for any reason. So if we made our entire business around making glass out of this silica from the seaport, it could stop, and then we are at the mercy of other people who set up industry. But in this case, we are the one getting into that water industry. I don't know how much water people in the world need right now, but let's do extraction, 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 extraction. One inventory. Link it all up and have 2 sales units. I don't know what the demand for water is going to be, but I'm going to be there to take care of it. Supermax the training, and once some of it starts flowing in, there we go. Lovely clean water. Not on internal sale, anyone who wants it can have it, but since it's the only water in existence, it's going to cost them. And they have to pay the freight from it from Vancouver. Lovely. But that also means that I should be able to source my own water easily enough. So we will go and... Should I have a warehouse for my water? Might make sense to put the warehouse for the water right next to here. I mean, the water has to travel anyway, and no matter how you cut it, it needs to go. So I will set up a... do I need a large one? It's just water, right? But a lot of things need a lot of water. Nah, I'm sure it'll be okay. Warehouse, medium warehouse, nothing but water here. Watermelons. Okay, I'll just be ready for however much water needs to flow out of here. There we go. The water comes in, and we know the water only costs 35 cents. So we internally sell that at 35 cents to ourselves. Lovely. This is barely any freight cost for it. But there's still 3 cents of it. Let's take that into account. Alright. Well, would you look at that? People are already coming for the water. Sadly, it's myself, but that's okay. You got the water there. I've already got almost 1 million tons of it in my warehouse. Let's go to our places that need water. Just one of them will do. Who takes all the water? Where's my cheese? Here's my cheese. Water. Link. Warehouse only. Batch. There we go. And now all of them should be getting their water from my warehouse. Who else needed the water? Good thing you don't need water for farms, imagine that. I'm trying to think of everything that takes water. It's mostly the cheese though, isn't it? But there we go. Water supplied from my own warehouse. Keeps costs down on the paper. Cook those books. And I always find it so hard to locate my own wells around here. That's my oil well. Here's my water well. Wow, we're actually not keeping up with demand, but that's probably because of the warehouse, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. I might try and rope some people into my water to discourage them from setting up their own water wells. Since I can essentially bring this water out indefinitely, I don't have a big problem with this. They're not working out at max extraction, and you're working well supplying my own clients. Excellent. Better than excellent, it's not half bad. Wait, why are you on internal sale? How does it keep happening? Maybe I keep clicking it unknowingly. Can you improve the water in any way? Nope. The goods that you see on the map are preset in... well, not preset, but it spawns on the map. Take this natural gas, for example. 98 quality. Amazing quality. But, it'll always be 98 quality. Eventually, however, more gas will spawn, especially if this gas gets built upon. And this new spawn will have another random quality, usually between 50 and 100. So it could be that, you know, you drink up all this gas, destroy the thing, and then search for better alternatives. I have it set on that this will never deplete, but I think that if you extract everything out of it and then destroy the extractor, the resource will be gone. I'm not sure, I'll have to experiment with that later on. It might be a good way to fish for maximum quality goods later on. Sure, Beatrice, you can have a raise. Wait, was that from 9 million to 13 million? You're getting a bit fussy there, Beatrice. I'm going to keep up with my own lovely salary there. Right, pretty happy with where the money is going. Added a significant chunk onto my books with that, but I'm a little saddened at how I'm not meeting all the demand. So going forward, even if demand is small, let's make sure that we have some pretty hefty factories for it. Look at that, the car bodies, I'm not amassing any of them in my warehouse. I'm amassing engines and galvanized steel, but you know, I made big factories for those. So in short, don't trust small factories unless you are so sure that you're going to be okay. But I was so sure. How in the world is that not enough? Spreadsheet, help me. There must be something I'm missing here, because the demand for, let's take buses for example. That I think is the lowest demand in the game. 0.002 buses. And yet, my bus factory, if I can get you back off of the screen here. Where's my buses at? Here are my buses. And it's even a market that I fight over. Somehow, my buses don't keep up with demand at all. Why? Why is it not outputting enough buses? I'm trying to think of some other small factories I have that work just fine. Okay, here we go. I have a small factory that makes briefcases. And briefcases, there's a far greater demand for that. But this one factory is meeting things just fine. Ooh, lots of people like to buy my briefcases off of me. Why are briefcases okay? Well, it has 4 manufacturing things. I think the bus place only has 3. That doesn't account for everything, though. Maybe buses just take longer. Possibly, but I haven't found anything in the game that indicates a length of time that it takes to create something. Just the amount that comes out. Oh, it might be amount. Maybe I make a lot more briefcases. Nope, it's 1 unit of briefcase made. So what else could be playing into it? Let's investigate further. Another employee's resigned. Well, that's okay. I'll leave Archibald to take care of that. There's the quality, and there's production quality, quality input of items. Maybe it's something crazy like training is a massive part of it. No, but then all my things making household goods would have caught up by now. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't want to just have to build big factories for everything. I'd like to understand why a small factory can't keep up for something that has the lowest demand in the game. I think training increases output. I agree with that, but they're already at level 4. 9 is the maximum level they can be at. I should have some level 9 guys over here. Vacuum cleaners, for example. These guys are already level 8, and these vacuum cleaners can't keep up with demand. Maybe vacuum cleaner is just a lot higher in demand than I thought. Checking my lists here. Household appliance, vacuum cleaner. Yeah, Vacuum cleaners have about 130 times the demand of buses. So for every vacuum cleaner I make, well, for every bus I make 130 vacuum cleaners. Why do the numbers not add up? How much does it take to make a vacuum cleaner? Wrong thing. Home appliance, vacuum cleaner. Yeah. You produce 1 unit of vacuum cleaners just as easily as you make 1 bus. There must be something else to it. But what could it be? These manufacturer places are working flat out. I don't think I'm choked on any particular item here. We've got all these bus bodies. A unit with large capacity, higher productivity, increase through training. I don't know. I have just no idea. I reckon a medium factory would keep up with this because a medium factory would do twice as good as a small one, but I'm having a hard time understanding that. Still, it's not a big problem, right? Too many people to sell to? Raise the price. And I'm sure Beatrice is getting on that, and I'm sure that's why we've almost hit 2 billion here. In fact, I can already pay off that loan I took. Chunk. And yeah, you've left. Archibald, have you rehired somebody for those motorcycle helmets? Oh, he hasn't. And you've not even been raising this salary, please. Stop being such a liability, Archibald. How's my telecom looking? Oh yeah, market share is going way up on this. Profit has gone way down, but that's to be expected. Revenue is actually catching up with how it was before, though. Shame about the profit, but that's because I'm spending tons on infrastructure. Since I've made such a headway on infrastructure, I'm going to turn down the amount I'm spending on that. Nobody needs that much, and at least they'll turn profitable now, so I hope. Okay. So our journey into the automotive industry has proved to be quite profitable, but not perfect because you need bigger factories than I imagined that you would. This also is weird to me, like how... Oh right, these are... The makings of the bodies are never going to show up as being enough because they're flying through the warehouse too quickly, aren't they? Well, yes and no. Can't you just make a second small factory to satisfy the demand for products that you need? Yes, but when they go into a warehouse, they need a source. So let's take those buses, for example. The buses go into the warehouse from here, but it can only be linked to a single supplier. If I have, let's say I eventually need the equivalent of 4 small warehouses of buses. I could build 4 of them, but I would need to use up 4 slots here for inputting buses into this warehouse. I'd rather not. I'd rather have one big warehouse take care of it all. Archibald wants the salary rise? Sure, take it. Should we just preempt all of our worries and build up? Oh man, the footprint I would need for lots of factories here would be pretty insane. I'm thinking about it though, they would instantly work quite well. I'm also left wondering if I'd be making enough of the bodies or not. It says it's not meeting up there, but if I was doing alright on the bodies, then there'd be plenty stored here. There are... Well, there's not enough car bodies. But there are plenty of smart car bodies. This is so confusing. Why are the values so different for putting these out? I don't know. Having that same problem I had with engines. It's not that this is being a problem for me, it's that I don't understand why, and I wish I understood why. Because otherwise I'm just going to have mega factories for everything, and I like to think I could have tighter margins than that. He worries greatly. Oh, I just noticed something. I think it's, yes! It is actually time to get new mayors. I'd love to be the mayor of Vancouver. So I'm actually going to fund a political party and try to get in on that. I don't have long. I really don't have long. I need to put someone up quickly. We need to form a political party. Anyone got good ideas for a name of our party? Lots of nice logos here. Something beginning with C. Perfect. No, that doesn't look good at all. Perfection? Punching up? I actually quite like the name Punching Up there. Any of these got some good fists on them? I don't like the one with the flower. Don't like that one because of the star. But I think we'll... yeah, punching up with lots of fists. We'll go with that. Okay, we are now punching up. And, oh god, Fat Miner immediately joined my party executive, and he lives in Vancouver. Vancouver is where I absolutely want to be mayor, so you're going to run for mayor. I'm going to donate a lot of money and try and really punch you in to be mayor. So if we go to the election screen and we just say, oh damn, there's only so much we can throw into you. Alright, let's see if in only about 3 months we can take over as mayor with Fat Miner. I'm still torn about making more vehicles because it would just be straight up more money. One of our R&Ds have resigned again. What is Archibald doing? He's not raising these salaries. That is bothering me so much. I think I'll make a bug report on it. Well, I'm sure I said that yesterday as well. Alright, here's the thought. If I become mayor, I can designate a much better area for making a lot more factories. There's a forums thing that has a spreadsheet calculating manufacturing capacity. Its daily production of 1 MFG unit is 4,000 over price times production speed over 100. What I'm seeing there is that there's a division of price, so the more expensive something is, the slower it is to make, but things have their own production speed. Could you direct message me that, Sweet Orange Bunny, and I will look into that and see if I can fold it into my spreadsheet somehow. You could either whisper me on Twitch or DM me on Discord, or send me a carrier pigeon. Who's to say? But that would explain a lot, actually. It would explain why these very high-value vehicles are taking a long time to make. It makes sense, right? It makes sense that it takes a lot of work to put together the vehicles, but I didn't see that information here. Oh, that might actually also make sense as to why hair dryers and irons are okay, but microwaves are not, because they're more expensive. Oh, but dishwashers are mega expensive. Drying machines are uber expensive. Makes a bit of sense, though. Right, I should have some kind of... maybe I should just make mega factories for everything, but that's so much space. This entire area here would just be a wall of mega factories. It might not be the worst thing in the world. It would entail a lot of switching over, but it's probably one of those things that it's better that I do early, rather than have a lot of things to switch out. On the other hand, that might be the point where the whole game transforms, because there will be a point where it's like, okay, enough just making money, now we need to focus on the perfection angle. You'd have to have a good throw on you to get a boomerang over to me. Okay, notwithstanding... ooh, Fat Miner immediately got a good bit of support. Notwithstanding our issues here, I still want to go into more markets. Is my rubber ready, actually? I forgot about the rubber, didn't I? Of course I did. It's sitting here and it's not doing anything. Rubber is not for internal sale. Anyone can buy it at a good cost. And my designated rubber place here. And I've taken my own rubber. Rubber costs me... how much to make rubber? 5 cents per unit of rubber. So let's make sure it gets sold out from here internally at about 5 cents. And then hopefully, I think I only use rubber in my tire place, wherever it is. Where in the world do I make my tires? Here you go. You didn't switch that over. Okay, then I absolutely want to get it from my own warehouses and batch change that. 2 purchasing units updated. Good. Maybe build a city of just factories. They need workers, though. If there's actually a lack of employment, I think you actually struggle to source people for it. I think Vancouver is going to be my manufacturing place, but in the end, if I'm doing mega factories galore, I would need over 600 mega factories, and this... no, surely cheap things with low demand I could make do. I need to spreadsheet it up. I need to figure out how many people I can Oh god, I'm just thinking about the spreadsheet magic I'm going to have to do. I'll have to take a shot in the dark at what the populations are going to be in the cities and calculate what level of factories are needed to fulfill the demand, taking into account the price and production speed. Anyway, not something I need to worry about right now, but it's good to know in the future that I'll have to do that. The question remains what industry we get into, and indeed what we do with this fat stack of money that's coming in. We should always keep a lazy eye on our competitors to make sure that they're not floundering and in a position of weakness where we can take over. Communism Labs, I mean, their stock price certainly went up, but maybe waiting for that crash is not going to work out for me. Maybe I should be getting in on them now, because I do want to buy them out at some point. Communism Lab is not the front runner here. That's Old Men, but I think Old Men are considerably more expensive to be buying out. Where are the Old Men at? Oh yeah, the Old Men have not just mooned, they've super mooned. Buying up 5% of their company costs over 300 million. Scary, because they got a market cap of 6 billion. My market cap is pretty healthy at 18 billion. But that doesn't put you in a position to easily absorb somebody else without taking on some serious debt. The Norwegians aren't doing too hot. But I'm kind of hoping for some crash. Pretty big crash at that. Open a bank. Again, I could become the opposition, but it's very hard to muscle in on the insurance industries against established companies. It'll take a long time for that to do anything. And I would always be languishing, I think. Better to buy into those. Same with the banks, I would dare to say. Sure thing, Penultimo, have a bit of a raise. I think we're better off looking at other markets to get into just to keep generating that raw, unfiltered, vast amounts of money. So let's look at the manufacturer's guide and see what else we could be getting into. There is something to be said for getting into software. But looking at all the other people that are doing software, I think I'd rather just absorb them at some point, grab their tech and roll with that. The Dance Macabre is already all over the booze, and that's their specialty, so that's a hard one to fight. There is apparel. There is a lot of apparel that's untouched. I already have linen myself. Wouldn't be too hard to get in. Oh, I've got textiles as well, don't I? Don't I have a textile place? Oi. What are you doing, Cerberus? I'm not sure Fat Miner's going to drum up enough support in the months. It's also costing me an arm and a leg to do this for him, because there's a maximum amount that I can spend on him. But we will try. Damn it, we will try. Yeah, where's my apparel made? Not apparel, textiles. I'm sure I have a textile factory around here. Well, I certainly have it in my warehouse here. Textiles, view supplier. Here we go, this is where I make my textiles, and they are pretty good quality. Made from my own cotton. Isn't my cotton 100% quality by now? It is. It's probably just that my textile tech isn't that far ahead right now. If I were to get into the textile market, or the apparel market rather, I do have silk available. Well, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. I should be using my own information, my own awesome information. Let's see if we can't bring that up a bit. Yeah, this is what I should be looking at to figure out key markets to get into. If it's green here, then it's good money. Actually, jewelry is better money than I thought. Insurance is pretty hefty money. Let's consider insurance. We already do leather. Nautical things, that's Callum Law's stuff. People love... Oh, we already make electrical components. We should definitely be looking into things that use electrical components. There's a lot of services here worth big money. There's some toys. Oh yeah, we could get into the video game stuff. And this is software. Software is always really good. We already did the home appliances. Furniture is tempting, but I don't have the raw goods, or at least not as much as I'm sure I'd like. Electronics. Electronics, computers, okay, oh my goodness. Look at some of these. Communication devices as well. Right, I think we go and try and make Omega money over there. Since we should already have the industry that we need for that. So, what was that about insurance? Kind of weird that insurance is its own thing, considering there's an insurance mechanic. Wait, gold is needed for insurance? With gold, office paper, and database software, you can make various types of insurance. That is bizarre. Should I just make them and see what people get out of it? It looks like a very easy thing to set up. ABC at GHI. That seems bizarre enough that I want to try it, and there is a business shop that does that. Well, if it's easy enough to do, let's give it a go. I'll just be buying all the goods off of other people, but let's try it. And let's just try the mega factory approach, since we seem to have trouble doing it any other way. Actually, maybe it's not that bad. The price level shouldn't be that high, right? Maybe I can make do with medium factories, since you do pump out a lot of them. I hate to cower away over in the corner here, but let's do it like so. 1, 2, 3. I didn't check to see if there's any market share with other people, but there is not. Alright. Home insurance, health insurance, and car insurance. I don't know where office paper is available from. Bakeries and furries make them already. Alright, good to know. I will trust... The advertisements are serious about the solid gold car insurance. Very serious. So there we go. Home insurance, health insurance. Wait, I did home insurance twice, didn't I? Car insurance. Car, health, home. Okay. This seems really rather weird. Oh, we can sell this stuff online as well, can't we? This might just be printing free money for us, thanks to everybody else putting in the work to make gold and stuff. How much do they care about quality? They care about production tax. I'll need to figure out how to make better insurance, but I can do that. I'll just add it to my vast amounts of R&D. The R&D farm over here. Alright, R&D center. One. Set you up with... set you up with that. Bring you in with insurance people. Hire the best of the best. Get working on it. Every 2 years. And if you would be so kind as to duplicate. Here and here. And here. Oh, I think we got everyone. People are going to have a hard time plucking people away from me, but let's make sure they don't go away from me. Maybe what I should be doing is, before Archibald Vile does anything, I just raise their salaries massively so that they don't leave. Sure, it's a lot of money to spend, but it saves me getting that nasty sound effect every time. They should be well trained though. There we go. Speaking of training, should always periodically come back here and make sure that everyone's getting super mega trained. Is this a new campaign, different from the other day? What are the goals? It's the same as, I think, yesterday, but the goal is still perfection. Domination of all industries, markets, and businesses. This should be the perfect run. Hopefully the game doesn't self-destruct under the pressure of this. I don't think I need a warehouse for these. Well, it's always good practice to have warehouses. I believe in them. There's my warehouse, and it's just going to have insurance. Insurance from not warehouse only, car insurance, health insurance. The idea of storing insurance in a warehouse. Okay, fair enough. Should go in there easily enough. How much does it cost me to make an insurance package? 46. Not surprising that it's very expensive, given how much I have to import for it. Is it about the same for them? 46, 46, 46. So they're all the same there. So let's make sure these are internally sold at about 46. And these ones do not need to be internally sold. Although, I get that funny feeling that it's going to turn itself off at some point. And then I guess we're gonna go and set up business shops for this. Where's business? There's business shop. Let's go and locate some high price places to set these up in. Again, accursed car park is in the way. Only the government can move those out of the way. So, this is a good place for 3x3. Not quite. Somebody's bought an annoying little square of land there that gets in the way. How dare they? This is another decent place for 3x3 if, again, there wasn't something in the way there. Alright, no, it's not bought. It's just that I was detaching myself there. Never mind, I'm clearly losing it. Set myself up here then. I'll troll stamp myself. And let's make sure that you do it like so. And we link you in with my own insurance from warehouses. This is a nice way to flex with the money that I have. I wouldn't have been able to afford this kind of setup from other people's goods without hefty loans early on. And even now I have the power to get these loans. Oh, I'm debt free for now. Able to borrow out 3.5 billion. Good to see they know a fiscally solvent individual. Right, where are we going to set you up then? 24 is terrible. See, I was told to use the minimap for this. There were some people screaming at me in the YouTube comments, just use the minimap. Minimap's not very helpful. Not when it's like, it's 18 here, and it's 45 here, and I've got to go on this. I'm not buying it. Anyway, 66 is pretty good. So over you go there. Chengdu. If I was in real estate, I could just make myself some decent customer traffic index places. And we will eventually get into real estate. We can't have perfection without dominating the real estate market. But we're not doing it just yet. That kind of stuff is a lot easier when you're the mayor anyway. And I swore off abusing the ability to make instant money off of buying and selling land that increases in value immediately. It's getting really, really busy around here trying to find a place to plonk down my businesses. Well, a good place. I might have to make do with... Oh, no, there we go. Found you. 45, 51. Take 51. Sydney as well. Good reason that I capped myself at 5 cities rather than... Well, I think you can go up to like 15 cities. The base game only allows, I believe, 7 when you set up your game, but through scripting you can bring in about 15. And that's one of the things Real World has. It's like, here's a script for you, massive amount of cities, but just imagine having to go and establish these in 15 cities. It's enough work doing it in 5. Alright, I'll leave it to Beatrice to figure out pricing and stuff for that. But although I can't imagine I'm going to make huge amounts of money on this thanks to my severe lack of backwards integration. I mean, I have to spend absurd amounts of money for database software. I have to spend absurd amounts on gold. And, well, at least office paper isn't a big deal. Still, I could make a lot better margins. Maybe not if I mined out my own gold, but certainly if I had my own database software. I mean, look at that, yeah, well, let's not worry about it. Let's just take into account the fact that it's probably going to make us some money. Remember Perfect Patrician? I remember the perfect hands. I could never forget it. And I'd never want to forget it. It was a good time. 100 hours of my life I'll never get back, but if I got them back, I would spend them again in the very same way. I'm going to hire a finance department. Not that they do anything for me. Investor relations and public relations, neither of them necessary. Okay, it's a waste of time getting you. I thought you did something other than that, but you don't. Telecom continuing to gain market share as it should. Is it profitable? Barely. It's barely profitable and it undercuts my competition. That's exactly what I want to hear. As for our internet companies, I wanted to check these guys out a while back. ScrubTube, I can't help but feel, is losing its presence. It's only at 48%. Wasn't it up in the 50s before? It was certainly never below Caesar's Forum, but Caesar's Forum is actually up there. I wonder if I need to advertise through another media thing. Maybe when you advertise amongst yourself, you're capped at your own highest reach. Maybe I should add some traditional advertising to that. I don't fully understand how that works, but maybe it's worth doing anyway. Certainly don't want to use competitors here. We'll give it a go and see if it works for us, although I'd certainly want Vancouver rather than Grimsby. You own that. Alright, the Vancouver radio station. I'm going to add you to all of these. Vancouver radio station. I have read that the total amount of reach that you can get through advertising is a combined total of all the other reaches, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's capped on different people's reach, so, you know, to prevent exactly what I'm doing here, where I only advertise through myself. Where are you at there, Vancouver? Vancouver radio station. I mean, I'm maxing it out. I bet that Beatrice is going to change that of her own accord. Again, if somebody understands anything in this game better than I explain it, please do correct me. I want to know more and more about this game, not less and less. Downside is that I'm paying a lot of money out by doing this, but on the upside, that money goes to the government, and I'm not opposed to giving my money to the government, especially if the alternative is giving it to another company. The government isn't somebody I need to buy out. The government is somebody I need to infiltrate. The Fat Miner is doing his best to punch up, but I do not think he's going to be winning this election. I joined in way too late. Unless Rance just does not get any more fun. No, it's already December 22nd. We're not winning this election. Damn it, I wanted to be Mayor of Vancouver. Okay, well, you win some, you lose some. Didn't spend that too much of the money though, did we? In Grimsby, I'm not sure I care about being the mayor of Grimsby all too much. Okay, how are you guys doing? Well, you're not being particularly profitable yet, but you are selling on e-commerce. And the e-commerce price is still above what I pay to make it, so that's good. New person in charge of the bank. I'm actually hoping that causes a bit of a crash. I'm hoping for a monster crash, in fact. The sooner that my competitors' stock prices go down, the sooner I can buy them up. It's a good time to be incredibly fiscally solvent. Right. Enough farting around with that insurance, though. I wanted to look into some electronics. I should have everything I need to get into it. So the question is where we go. Let's take a pause, look at the manufacturer's guide, and see what's available. Communication devices, the tech does not exist for it. I believe some of these had minimum dates, like you couldn't start looking into them until around the year 2000. But did a camera phone ever look like that? That looks like a Nokia just merged with a spy cam. Well, there's been a lot of weird camera phones out there. CCDs. I produce everything needed to make CCDs. CCDs themselves are used for a lot of electronic things, including cameras. So first step, I should definitely be making CCDs. Good. CPUs. I also have everything I need to make CPUs. If I made those things, I would be able to completely dominate the communication devices thing, and they're sold in electronics stores, which should be easy enough to put around. That's not good enough though, although it is pretty damn good. What's the minimum tech needed for these? 20. Ooh, 50 needed in voice recognition. Might need to double down on that. Okay, that's all well and good, but what about the computer share? Desktop computers are being fiercely fought over, potentially with my electronic components. But if I made the CPUs, there's a lot of other stuff I could make here. And there's a ton of dosh to be made in that. Hold on, tablet computers and notebook computers are big money. Ooh. Is your rubber vertically integrated? It is now, yes. We did a bulk change once the rubber came through. And I do believe it is coming through our... yeah, it's coming out through here. And... was rubber only being used in in the tire place? Yeah, probably. Wasn't used for carbon, was it? No, carbon needs that chemical minerals, which is a sadly expensive thing to bring in. Getting distracted here. Stay focused. Computers and communication devices. Big money, let's get on it. Unfortunately, it's going to take a wee bit to get the minimum tech to start making these. But, at the very least, I should be making CCDs and CPUs. Let's make sure we have the R&D set up for that. R&D center, go. 1, 2. Use that, and this is for communication devices, right? No, these are semi-products. Semi-products, start R&D for CCD every 2 years, please. And you know what? I think I will just go and do this for everyone I set up, rather than be rudely reminded that Archibald Vile doesn't do his damn job. He didn't rehire for this either. I'm really not happy with Archibald Vile. But the people would just be leaving me if I was in charge anyway. Truth be told, Archibald Vile does help out. For every... Well, at 100%, you get 10% more tech gain. So he's adding like 3 levels to this or something like that. It does good. I did a comparison actually, and I can do the comparison again. Bring you all the way up. Let's imagine that I had direct control over this place myself, and I said I want that semi-product. Hire all people, start R&D on CPUs. It would take 2 years through 34. Yeah. Alright, what if Archibald Vile was in charge? 2 years for 34? Or 2 years for 37, eh? Goes up by 3, 10%? Not a lot, but I'll take it. You need an edge when it comes to technology after all. It's the only way we'll defeat the Reapers. Alright, that's all cute, but what we really need is that sweet technology for communication devices. Right, I've been going on way too long without taking a drink. Let's stop, cool off, and consider. Ah, much better. Yeah, actually I was chilling out watching Heldon's Mass Effect run, or re-watching it. Very good, I hope he gets around to doing a Paragon run at some point. I was thinking about playing it myself, but it's just better to watch Heldon. Good to watch someone that knows these kinds of games inside out. I want this stuff done as quickly as possible. I want to jump into this market feet first. So generally I need 20 on everything except voice recognition. This is all nasty tech stuff, so R&D center, R&D center. Let's put 1 down for now. Make it the big tech R&D. And immediately forget what we need to research. Let's start with a camera phone. 2G telecommunication, for example. If I want 2D... or was it 2G? 2G telecommunication. Really? 2G? Does anyone need 3G or above? It's all 2G. When do we do 3G? Well, not my concern. 2G telecommunication is what's needed right now. The best of the best can get me it done a little too slowly for my liking. So, I'm going to have it done for 1 year, and I'm going to have 2 different places do it. I'm going to stay incredibly competitive on this, actually. So 2 of those, 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 and 2 of those, and we'll see where we go with that. And I shouldn't have done that because I've gotten lost with who's doing what. Right, you're doing tech R&D for more 2G communication. Hire them all. Get them on it for 1 year. Can you buy tech? None of this tech exists. Does not exist. It says the highest is 100. Actually, highest 100. Maybe there's a specialist out there. Technology, 2G. Yeah, the Three Mountains has it, but they would never sell it to me. Of that I'm certain. Yeah. Usually the people that have a monopoly on tech won't sell it, so I'm out of luck there. But that's alright. I have the... They might have the technology, but I have the industry to keep up. So I just need that initial tech. Mobile user... No, on the wrong one. Digital photography. deep mining, deep learning? Oh, no, thank you. Digital... Oh, crikey, where is it going to show up here? Oh, it was here, wasn't it? Digital photography. Get me those people. Start on it for a year. And do another batch on digital photography. Once they do it for 1 year, I will then switch them out to doing it 2 years, because I prefer to do things by 2 years. Augmented reality and voice recognition. The voice recognition might need quite a lot, but augmented reality first. Get it done in 1 year. Wait, does it? No, it needs 20. So I will need a second place doing augmented reality, sadly. But the next one is I need 50 on voice recognition. That's a lot. Voice recognition... 19... 19 and 14 is 33. Voice recognition... Oh, I've run out of people to hire for it. Eesh, that's grim. Also, I haven't been giving these people pay increases, but beyond that now. Do not give up hope, though. What I can actually do is say, nah, screw all you guys, and instead do another thing. Let's look at mobile phones. Wait, is mobile phone just its own tech? No, but it uses that same 2D telecommunication. It's... wow, mobile phones don't exist here in Vancouver. It's 2005. What kind of mobile phone were you rocking in 2005? I think I was still using a... was it Motorola Razr? Still, we're working on 2G telecommunication. I just need that lithium-ion battery. So, let's instead hire lithium-ion... Doesn't appear to be something here. Is lithium-ion battery a product tech? Product tech, L... Not seeing it here. Wait, there's lithium-ion battery. Cerberus already have it. Give it to me. Hey, that's pretty good. I don't need to worry about that at all. Although I do want to keep up with it. I didn't see it here, though. Tell you what, get rid of all these people. Get us a nice blank one in. Am I just not seeing things again? Or is it like B for battery? I had an old Nokia brick back then. That was a mobile. Good old brick mobiles. Oh, I see. It's down here in a very peculiar sorting. Ah, I see. They're sorted by this thing as well. Still, lithium battery. Since I already have what I need on that, I can just start your R&D and do it every 2 years, don't worry. Then again, I'd like to be able to come back and sort all of these when 1 year is up. Please remind me to come back here in January the 10th, 2006 to sort all these out. Smartphone tech also needed. Touchscreen, mobile user interface, and GPS navigation. Need 20 in each. I've already forgotten the first one. Touchscreen tech. Touchscreen tech. And 1 year is not enough because we only get 18 and we need 20. So I need a second batch of them. Touchscreen tech. Another year. The next one is mobile user interface. Mobile user interface. 1 year gets me 17, and again I need more. So the lesser known duplicate firm button is a go-go. Mobile user interface with another mobile user interface. Do it again for another year. And then I need GPS navigation. GPS navigation, and it's just not enough again, so The lesser known duplication. Whoa, that was an actual relocation, not what I wanted. Thank you. GPS, navigation, and there we go. In 1 year I should have all the tech needed to produce the mobile stuff, except I missed one, didn't I? Which one was it? It was a level 50 one, wasn't it? Voice recognition. Was anyone doing voice recognition already? Yeah, 2 of them are. I expect to get 19 and 14, which is 33. So I needed at least 17 more. But I'm out of people to hire here, which is why I go here, I look for talent, and I look under technology, I look under... Which one was it again? Voice recognition? Probably voice recognition. And I see who's got the best. The best of the best look to be in Grimsby. Why would Grimsby have the best voice recognition tech out there? Doesn't matter, we're going to take advantage of it. So we just migrate our way over to Grimsby, set up a single R&D center here, and we make sure that we are bringing them all in. Now, it's actually better for me to do this in other cities, just set up my R&D where I can get better people. But something just feels right about having it all centralized in Vancouver, so that's what I'm sticking with. Ah, see, look, these guys get it done real easily in a year. Right, get it done. Let's make sure none of these people leave us. They don't have a lot of improving to do. They want to know whenever someone insults them in Grimsby. Or maybe that's the pinnacle of the technology they have there. Right, in 1 year, I will have what I need to be getting that done. But I want to be prepared with my other techs, don't I? That's right, yes I do. So let's set up a couple of factories for... I've got these on 2-year cycles, don't I? No, I want to start chewing through my CPUs and whatever the other things were. CCDs. So I won't make that industry until I have the research tech. So in 1 year we get on comms devices. And I think I have everything else. Yeah, everything of this I have prepared locally. The only downside is I don't think I have carbon backwards integrated. But that is only chemical minerals. And it's not unthinkable that I get my own chemical minerals. It's just, it's a hard thing to justify to myself right now. Spending $500 million on something I can already source? Not seeing it. Computers, on the other hand, there are a lot of different computer goods here. But the best ones are going to be the tablet and the notebook computers, I think. Looking at my numbers here, the notebook computer, the tablet computer, the desktop computer, the photocopier, the printer, and the GPS, as well as toner cartridges, are big money. But honestly, I should be making everything that I have reasonable access to, or at the very least, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh, there's just not enough to cover it inside one shop. I suppose I could pick 9 and go for them, but just trying to think the best ones to be going for here. I certainly want to be on the tablet computer and the notebook computers here. I already got that lithium-ion tech. Am I not working on mobile user interface right now? And how do I not have video streaming? I thought I already researched that. HQ, video streaming, anything available? Oh, there's a lot of things to check out here. Wow, video streaming is really in there by evil conscience. You wanna offer me that, please? Oh wow, sweet. That was a... Oh, I already have a ton of video streaming. Was I looking at the wrong thing? I usually am. It says I don't have video streaming tech. I got loads of video streaming tech. Is there a different kind of video streaming tech? Editing, playing, video tech? hard to say. It might be video tech. At the very least, I could go out there and buy some. Bullworth. Figures they don't want to sell. But I bet Guandu do. Guandu don't want my dirty money. How about the goldfish? Alright, is that somehow going to be it? It still says video streaming, which I do regard myself as having the tech for, so I don't know what that's all about. Still, mobile user and touchscreen. Am I not working on mobile user here? I'm working on mobile user interface. Yeah, so I will have that soon enough. But I need touchscreen tech. So much tech needed. Right, anybody willing to sell me touchscreen tech? No, Three Mountains would never sell that, so I need to make it myself. R&D Center. I'll get 2 of you set up for touchscreen tech. I'm investing a ton into this, but thankfully we have the money to handle this. Thanks to our other successes. Wait, touchscreen tech I'm already working on. How can this be? Alright, so I'm already working on touchscreen tech and I managed to forget it as usual. But what about video streaming? Well, there's the video streaming that I apparently don't have, so let's get on that. 1 year for this, and let's raise those salaries prematurely. Although I know I forgot to do that elsewhere already. Get the tech in, and get more of that video streaming done. There's a lot to come back here for in 1 year. There's going to be a huge push on my industry, but I reckon it's going to pay off massively. That'll get me the tablet computer. I also want a notebook computer, but I need to get more desktop user interface, but I think there should be technology acquirable for that already. It's Cerberus. Cerberus, are you willing to play nice? Ooh, well, that's quite useful. I'm still going to keep up on my own tech for it though, so let's duplicate you over here and have our own desktop user interface done. There we go. If one considers the iPhone 1 to be the first real smartphone, I don't know about that. I never owned a smartphone. I never owned an iPhone. Took me a while to go over to smartphone though. Wasn't keen on it. As recently as like 5 or 6 years ago, I still had a brick, and in a way I was happier with that. Phones exist for me to contact other people, not for them to contact me, so it's a bit bothersome when a smartphone offers so many ways for people to get in contact with you. Recht, am I almost done here? Can I almost hit unpause? Well, I don't know about that. GPSs are tempting targets as well, because they'll use the CPUs that I want. Also, I need to work on my tech for these individual product items, and a lot of that is on the production tech. So I'm gonna have another massive load of R&D on all of these goods. 3D printers as well. I mean, I might as well get all the tech needed for all of this stuff. There's no good reason not to. So touchscreen, speech synthesis, and GPS navigation. There's another 6 right there. Touchscreen, speech, and GPS. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Touchscreen. Oh, I'm working on touch. How easily am I going to forget these things? Okay, but I'm certain I'm not working on speech synthesis. Speech synthesis, hire them all. The nice thing about setting up this R&D is this is permanent, right? I will almost always need R&D except at the very end, and these people will train up to get better and better through time. So setting up now, and it's something I won't need to touch until the very end of this game. At least that's the hope. Speech synthesis and more speech synthesis, even if you're not very good at it. And GPS navigation. Wait, I'm already working on GPS navigation. How can it be? All right, let's hope I don't need the. Let's hope I need this 3D printer stuff, 3D graphics, and 3D sensors. 3D graphics. More 3D graphics. And the other one was 3D sensors, right? Damn right, I'm right. Speech and speech. I missed you. 3D sensors, hire all, start R&D, 1 year. Okay, all of this to rejig in 1 year's time, and I'm not done yet because I also need to do the R&D for the products, including CPUs. But I think I want to get on all of this, so I might as well start it. My thought, though, is desktop computers. Somebody out there must have better tech on it than me. So if I go for product tech and I look for desktop computer, I might be able to buy out some of this. Okay, you don't want to sell it to me. You don't want to sell it to me. But the wealthy furries... Hey, there we go. That's me going to be competitive on the desktop computer market at the very least. Don't know if anybody has the rest of this tech in, though. For example, does anyone have memory card tech? Memory cards... Wait, why don't I see memory cards here? Maybe because nobody has a better tech than me at memory cards. That'd be an easy way to think of it. Okay. Then I need 13, 14, 15 R&D things here. Oocha. Let's hope nobody's already snaffled up all the good free thinkers out there. 1, 2. I could just put them over here, couldn't I? Did I say I needed 14 of them? So I managed to forget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 of them. Might be able to fit 15 of them in here. 1. Set you up for product tech and copy you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Thank goodness the game allows you to do things like that. Imagine if you couldn't. Now! Oh god, I hope I can hire enough people for this. There's a good chance I can't because it'll be computer people. Anyway, semi-products first. These are some very low-skilled people. It's kind of... Oh, I'm already working on the CCDs and CPUs. Whoops. Okay, well, while I'm here, could I get you in doing anything else? Gee, I don't know. Get working on those hot van bodies, I guess. Right, actual things that I'm going to be doing then. Computer products. Get working on desktop computers, because I need to stay competitive on those. And the most expensive things first, of course. R&D on... Oh, they can't do research on things that don't exist yet. That makes sense. Oh well, memory cards. And... oh geez. Printers? Yeah, it looks like it'll hold. Plotter. Can't imagine many people needing a plotter. Start the R&D on the photocopiers as well. How are photocopiers still so bad in this day and age is beyond me. It's like, how are calculators still so bad? Okay, getting there. Don't worry, we'll be able to unpause eventually. Just gotta make sure all my tech is set up. Now this is something that Archibald Vile could be automatically doing if I set him to automated work, but I don't trust him, so he's not doing that. Right, grab the last of the computer people who are really, really terrible, make them work on that Wi-Fi router for 2 years. And there we go. In 1 year, I'm gonna rejig all of this and start tech on our new products. And then I'm going to really, really kick into high gear our production of computer goods. Until then, I think we just unpause and make some money. How do you make them exist if you can't research? Exactly. You need to research them, then make them exist. But this will allow us to very much like a sledgehammer come in and conquer the communication and computer devices markets, unless somebody somehow beats us to the punch, in which case we'll just take the fight to them. Still though, this leaves me a bit of time to think what else we can get into, and there is another market called electronic products, looking incredibly untapped and using goods that I myself largely make for myself. I don't make batteries. Oh, who's... Yeah, we've got a resignation, as expected. What do they even work in? They work on the... We just hired these people to make beds. Why are they not satisfied with me? Furniture, bed. See, that's the guy. Ishmael Phillips, I think. I just hire them back, give them a raise, and call it a day. Don't know why that can't be automated. Smart speakers and portable media players. Audio streaming, video streaming. I might leave those for now. I've done a lot of R&D setup. I'm not sure I want to do too much more right now. Aluminium is available, and it's a pretty key component in a lot of electronics. My question would be, who is it available from? Products. I wish this was more searchable than it is, but raw, aluminium, the Dance Macabre, the Blurple Busters, and the Seaport imports. The Dance Macabre are available in Vancouver, so I might actually get in on those electronics. Electronics are in so many products, might be worth researching higher quality. I'm already researching how to make higher quality... wait, am I actually working on higher quality electric components? My quality is at 50. I don't actually know if I'm researching that right now. I can actually check my own company's details. Check tech on products. What's the best way to check this? Probably by scrolling down to E. That doesn't help. Scrolling to E. Electronic components. Oh, there it is. It's in production, but it's not in R&D, is it? Yeah, maybe I should look into that. Since it's used a lot and is probably a big part of it, I don't have a big problem coming over to Grimsby and hiring the best of their best for it. Because it's a semi-product and I'm running out of people that can continue to research semi-products. So, semi-products, give me your best and get to work on electronic components every 2 years, please. I don't want them leaving me. Nothing saying they will, but let's just raise the salaries just in case. You work for me, you work for the best, you get treated like the best. Don't you train those hundreds of new researchers? I do when I click on human resources and tell them to apply that. Looking forward to enormous amounts of my budget having to be spent on training and R&D, but that's to be expected. Got to spend that money and we will make money with it. Those electronic devices though, I'm wondering about aluminium. Is there any other aluminium around here? Probably the only aluminium is this A down here. Yeah, there we go. Unji with the Dance Macabre is taking out the only aluminium, and its quality is a bit crappy. That's a little unfortunate, but it's not a big deal to buy it off of you to make electronic devices. Question is whether I should be doing this or not. I can sell them in electronic stores. There is good money to be made on it. Wow, there's no market on televisions at all. Televisions are big money. If there's no competition, then I'm probably not going to bother with doing tech on it right now, just because I've done so much tech. I don't want to do more R&D for a little bit of time. But since I make my own glass, my own electronic components, and aluminium's easy to get and not much of the quality thing here, then... There's another aluminium source in the bottom left. Is it better? It's considerably better. Well now, I think I could get on that. It's not too expensive. Yeah, let's go in it. We will make the big swoop with electronic stuff, communication devices, and other electronics. Natural resource film, thingamajigger. Mine it out. I will have mining, inventorying, and selling. I can't imagine I'll need much more for some time. And I always like to stick these things into a warehouse as soon as possible. Land is not available. Oh, because it's right next to the raw goods source itself there. Alright, I'll slam it over here. No ifs, no buts, no candy, no nuts. Let's get this stuff out of the ground. It costs me about... Take it off internal sale. Try and undercut my opponent. I'm going to starve out the Dance Macabre. Let's see, they're there, and they're charging 33 cents for theirs. Mine's more expensive to get out of the ground, though. But what if we are really nasty and undercut them? We could charge just a little bit more, but we've got better quality, and that's what people will be looking at. Oh, I don't know. I certainly don't want to sell it below what it costs me to bring it out of the ground, do I? What's the quality rating on theirs when you take into account the price? 109. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be undercutting them at all. Unless I really, really lower that price. Yeah, I can't go that low. Or rather, I don't want to. I'll charge 80 for ours for now and allow other people to buy it. But it comes into this warehouse, link with aluminium. My own aluminium, of course. And again, costs 56 denarii to bring out of the ground. Let's make sure it's internally sold at 56. And then, yeah, let's get straight into it with our electronic products, because with that, I make my own plastic. Forget the drones, I'm not in the camera market, although I could be at some point. I have everything I need for just about everything else. Not batteries, not getting into that. So, no power banks. I don't make those CPUs yet. Maybe I should. And the CCDs, come to think of it. Oh well, it's time for a lot of factories. Where are we going to put them? Around here? Just begin the factory spam? I guess we will. Might as well be mega factories. Let's just go this route. Maybe everything should be mega factories now. How many am I going to need? Just think about it. CCD and CPU is 2. And, you know, barcode scanner is barely any money. Maybe I shouldn't be touching that market just yet. Let's go for the good ones. So, CCD and CPU for sure. Camcorder. Well, can't do drone. Do hi-fi system though, that's 4. Hi-fi system for 5. 6 for radio. 7 for satellite set. 8 for television. Alright, 8 of them then. Get spammy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hate the road setup here. 5, 6, 7, 8. Go big or go home here. CCDs. Go. CPUs. Said I wasn't going to do these just yet. Here I am doing them, but that's okay. CPU, go. At least with mega factories, through the amount of production is not going to be a problem, or so we hope. You just started researching CCDs and CPUs and the great research endeavor. Yeah, that's okay though. We'll have crappy quality electronics aren't going to matter too much because there's no competing market share. Of course that goes for everything, and better quality is still better. It would be a good idea to research his electronic devices, but I just don't want to because I've just done so much research. Don't want to spend all day doing that. It feels good to get products on the shelves and making money. It feels less good doing all the research for them. Also, I lost my train of thought. CCDs, CPUs. Next, we work our way through here. And I said I want camcorders. And I want... Did I count car radios? Surely I counted car radios. Maybe I skipped those. Yeah, I probably did. Maybe then I'll want a 9th one. I'm still making car radio though. I make the cars, I make the radios for the cars. Not drones. I do want hi-fi headsets though. No, I don't. They're actually not worth a lot of money, but hi-fi systems certainly are. So get on the systems. The list I'm looking at for my supply and demand and pricing thing is not in the same order as this, so it keeps throwing me off. In fact, I'll let you see it as well. I am looking at this list, and I'm looking for which of these are in lovely green to show that there's a lot of money to be made from. That's why I'm looking at... crikes. Let's not have that. That's why I'm looking at... That's weird. Why is it drag thing? Okay, now it's dragging along. I'm looking at smart speaker thinking, okay, there's not a lot of money to be made there, nor in power banks or in hi-fi systems, but satellite sets, drones, portable media players, if I can get on those, I want to get on those. Lovely. But I've also lost my train of thought. Did I set up hi-fi system yet? Yeah, I just did hi-fi system. So I want a radio. And I want a satellite set. Seems like a weird thing to have going, but there we go. And I want I definitely want television. Is that everything set up? Honestly, don't know, but let's have those warehouses ready to go. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. That should be fine for a warehouse around here. Let's get them in. Maybe buy the land first. Probably better that way, but I didn't. I'd end up buying land that I wouldn't initially need. I think I'll do a big land buying thing when I have hundreds of billions of dollars, because then I can stop my enemies from setting up anything. It will be very, very cruel. And I look forward to that. Well, why would I not? Okay, it's not all ready to go just yet, but we'll get there with it. Alright, CCDs for 1. And everything is ready. Great in that case. Let's make sure we have plenty of lowers available for all the goods we're bringing in. And set them up. And these are, right, first off CCDs. Second off CPUs. Damn, CPUs are available from Seaport, but mine will doubtlessly be better. And then the rest of this is electronic devices, so bring in the hi-fis, my camcorders, my car radios. I feel like I did something wrong there. Is that hi-fi system really mine? Yeah, it is, okay. Car radio. Regular radio. Television and satellite set all comes through here now. I need to make sure that all of these things are set up for non-internal sale. It's easier if I firm this for factory and then click on you, for example. Yep. Then I just make sure that internal sale is off for everything, because I do not mind people buying this stuff from my factories. Can actually just quickly go through things and make sure that, yeah, look at that. Why are these leather bags not on being sold to everybody mode? I don't understand. I just don't understand. Why would you do this to me, game? Some things just seem to love turning themselves onto internal sale. That, I know where that one is though. The cheese type changed. Same with that cheese type. Okay, right, done enough scrolling through that. Then I need to make sure that this stuff is coming in at cost as usual. It only cost me 27 to make a telly. Oh, well, I should wait until it filters its way through here. There we go. Telly. What did I say? Probably something like 23. And these ones absolutely must be on internal sale. No, it's 27. 30 will do. Satellite sets actually cost me quite a lot. 113 to make those. And yeah, I'll turn on e-commerce shortly. Ragio, 7 quid 40. Practically free, really. Disgusting to think how cheap it is to make things. CCDs, 2 quid 24. You don't appear to have any coming through just yet. What's up with that? Oh, they're probably being sourced for these things first. Alright, we'll deal with that shortly. CPUs, 225. That's so cheap. What were these at again? CCDs, 224. And camcorders, 194. That's expensive. And car radio, 7 quid 60. Car radios, I remember them being such a pain to sort out. Are they still a pain to put into cars and take out of cars? It's like they don't want you to switch out your car radio at any point. 23 quid for a hi-fi system. 23 quid. There we go. Now one thing is I need to make sure that those CCDs and CPUs, I'm pretty sure they're being taken in... Whoa, from Seaport? No. My own ones, please. And who was using the CCD? You use CCDs. Currently coming in from the factory. I don't like that. So batch it from the warehouse. And that's actually probably going to change the price of these camcorders. It's probably nowhere near what it was saying before. Yeah, it's doubtlessly not that, because it was paying the high CCD price. But now it pays a lower one. Still, no sweat off my forehead. Just make sure they're all set up for e-commerce. And now I should have a warehouse filling up with these goods, and then it's time to establish my electronic stores so we can start making some money before we make galactic money. Some talk of EVE Online. I don't think I ever properly tried out EVE Online. It looked like it would be a little too dangerous a game for me to play. Beatrice knows how much money we're making. She's demanding her share of it. Not sure I can get behind that. Okay. Warehouse is bringing in all the goods. Let's immediately get out there with our electronic stores. Is actually electronic store the best thing to be selling these in? Manufacturer guide, telephone, Yeah, probably electronic store. Electronic store also get that nice bonus from, yeah, specialty store demand bonus. They are, however, 3x3, aren't they? Yes, they are. Okay, let's not be dismayed. Let's set them down regardless and start making that big, fat electronic money. If I knew better electronic brands, I could be making some good references, I'm sure. So just imagine that I made them and then feel impressed with my wit. Let's set these up and make sure we're purchasing in the Electa. So camcorders, car radios, electric... No, not electric razors. Electric razors bad. Hi-Fi system's good. Radio. Satellite set. Television. Did I really only end up making 6 of them? In that case, I might leave this one blank. Although Beatrice could fill it out with whatever she thinks is a good thing to sell here. That could be good or bad. Good chance it's bad. So we're gonna have none here. Won't trust Beatrice with this just yet. On that note, I wish I could just destroy this floor. Wish I hadn't made it now, but oh well. How much does it cost for a sales unit? He's thinking... Yeah, I'm gonna none all of these because this is a design I'm gonna copy paste. If I copy paste something that's broken, I'm gonna think, ooh, did I break something here? I better go and fix it when there's nothing to fix. So there we go, we got this. Beatrice in charge. We'll duplicate it and make sure we have one in every city again. Of course, we get to sniff out the right places to put in a 3x3. Not always the easiest thing to do as these cities grow and get filled with the enemy's retail stores. See, some of this is a bit hard, but 42 seems pretty alright. Slam myself over there. Chengdu. 48 straight away. Oh, 57, that's even better. Toulouse. I mean, as the city grows, there are more good places to put them down in. But I'd rather be mayor so I could kick out all of the undesirables and take more for myself. You know how it is. 27 is not good enough, not for my electronics store. 36. 54. Never play it, Jake, it would be crap, except the sci-fi. Yeah, the sci-fi alone might be enough of a turn-off for me and Eve. People always love to say, oh, but you love FTL. It's like, yes, I love FTL in spite of its setting in sci-fi. It's always going to be a detractor to me. I'm just not interested in sailing through the galaxy. I'd rather sail the 7 seas than sail through space. Alright, there we... Oh, crap, I put an electronics store next to my electronics store. But they sell different goods, so hopefully it'll be okay. Well, let's hope that the money we make on this will breach us over the 2 billion mark, and then in January 2006, it's time to make ridiculous amounts of money. That's what I'm aiming for, at least. Oh, is anybody getting on my aluminium, by the way? There's them. They got a lot of clients, and Jeff Wayne's Store of the Worlds is buying up a hefty chunk of it, although that's a very low purchase price. It sells for very little as well, though. Hang on, I just saw something I like. The overall demand for aluminium is largely filled by me. In fact, these guys are working flat out. They need to mine more of it. No, they probably don't. That's me just filling up my own warehouse, probably. Regardless, I'll be ready for it. Oh, right, no, this warehouse is saying that there's an enormous demand for it. Well, let's be ready for it, shall we? Take in as much aluminium and output as much aluminium as you think you need. It's just a medium warehouse, so the throughput isn't amazing. How does it compare to a large one? Large one is simply twice as effective, hires twice as many people. Let's make sure that everybody is being trained appropriately. Such an ocean of R&D. I'm certainly defeating all the demand for the devices, but not the CCDs. For some reason, demand for CCD is far higher than I'm able to meet right now. Is that because of a lack of goods? No, everything is being made 100% here. So what's the CCD issue? Who's buying them? You are. Guess you're just working flat out and getting those camcorders in. Once my warehouses fill up with loads of goods, it should mellow out. Mega factories are so much more powerful than even large factories that I suspect it'll be fine. Also, ricotta cheese. I love ricotta cheese. Did you ever figure out why the CTOs didn't increase the salaries as well? No, I don't know why. They do raise some of the salaries. I assume that it's something like they only do that check every now and then, and there's long enough distance between it for people that have been hired to get higher skilled, because I train them a lot. Their skills go up, so they start thinking, I should have more money, so their loyalty drops, and it just drops too fast for Archibald to catch it. Because it's not a problem I've had before, probably because I've never been hiring such god-awful researchers before. Why are some of these guys further ahead than others? Oh, right, because some of these are people that work on my internet tech. I'm not sure I'm making too much from buying into Vancouver radio station here. I might just be pouring money down the drain. But when you have 1.7 billion annual revenue, you stop worrying too much about the little bits that you pour down the drain. It's kind of like cooking with oil. Internal trade for the new ricotta. Yeah, I was giving it a bit because it takes a wee while for a ricotta to actually be the dominant thing flowing through. But there it is, there's a ricotta. Take it off internal sale. Curiously, are we doing any e-commerce on these things yet? Not yet, but that's because I'm still filling up the warehouse. Once I stop doing that, I imagine it'll go out to... Oh, we're up at 1.8. I like to see that. Let's check out those electronic stores. Actually, there's a better way to look at it than going through the electronic stores. Not least of all because then I'd be looking at the white goods that I have out there as well. Wow. I'm almost struggling to meet demand, and I certainly am for televisions. TV has a higher demand than I thought. The question is that not enough sales units, or not enough production of televisions? Not enough production of television. What a horrifying problem to have. I already have a mega factory making televisions. How much more could you need? People's demand for television is absolute. Maybe we're not getting in enough of stuff. Ooh. Electronic components, not getting any. Demand eclipsing supply. But I have you. So I suspect that means that Yep, these guys are working flat out. It's a throughput issue. So I'm going to have input here for... What is it again? Components, electric components, and electric components. So things that are used in such vast quantities like that, I need almost dedicated warehouses for. At least floors of it dedicated. You know, what if steel actually becomes an issue? When I have those big factories running and they say, oh, I need 900 units of steel, I wonder if I'm going to find a problem with not enough steel coming through. Worrying, but that's the kind of rejigging that should be left for late game. Right now, I should only really be setting up stuff so that they make me plenty of money. When I get to the point where with a single thought I can brush my competition aside, then I need to think about these things. For now, we just patch it. So many buildings. The business campus is its own city. Yeah, it's probably be nice to have some housing around here, but no, I want this all for my business. Truthfully, if I was thinking clearer, I would have put my business down here first, because distance to seaport affects your freight prices. Freight, is that the right word? I'm going to go with it. But your transport costs from bringing one thing to another city. Alright, those electric components are failing to flow, I think. Yeah, you're not working flat out. And, well, actually, you seem pretty low on aluminium as well. But I made this thing... Oh my god, what's your aluminium problem? This mine can't meet aluminium demands. That's a scary thought. Alright, another mining operation linked up with you. And let's put out another sales one like so. Actually, I wonder if I could get away with a mining thing here instead. Shove it all in there and just really max out that. Of course, they'll be faster when they're better trained, but I might actually come to discover that I need even more aluminium flowing through. Because look at this, my storage is empty. I never imagined that the demand for aluminium would be so enormous. How much aluminium does it take to make most of these things? Manufacturer's guide, aluminium, television, £10 of it, £8 of it, £1, £1, £10 of it. Okay, yeah, hefty amounts of aluminium needed. Never imagined. So, if you could kindly be making loads of the stuff, my mine, please. Dang, I'd hate to be at the mercy of someone else's aluminium mine. But maybe I should go to another city and just get their aluminium as well. If I'm so dependent on aluminium. Oh, I shouldn't be cutting you off. Wow, never ever thought I'd need so much aluminium. It's going to be very expensive to cart it over here. Fortunately, there's an aluminium mine here right next to the seaport. Oh well. No, there's no recycling collection. I don't think there's any recycling at all in the game. Maybe I'm overreacting. But maybe I'm not. Is there any other possible reason that the aluminium isn't flowing enough? These guys are working flat out for it, but they just can't meet my demand. Oh, of course, it's the fact that you are... Yeah, but if you're not meeting demand either. I want those televisions flowing. And it looks like it's mostly the television's issue. Maybe you have to wait until your warehouse is full. Nah. Looking at it, this guy's just not getting the aluminium he needs. Although you'd think... Yeah, okay, he's just immediately processing those 100,000 pounds of aluminium. It's no big deal for me to just set up another aluminium mine right here, even if it's, dare I say, temporary. Because there's clearly a lot of need for aluminium in the world. Inventory it, sell it, link it up. What really sucks is just how much it's going to cost me to bring this stuff across. Go get mining like crazy. And you are... Well, it's okay if you're not on internal sale as well, but I like to think you're going to fulfill my own needs before anybody else's. Back to Vancouver, and we're going to make another floor of this, which does this, but instead they get their aluminium from my Toulouse mine. I am in awe. I am in actual awe that there is such a ravenous need for aluminium, and this is just for a few products. You could create a stranglehold in electronics by creating a monopoly on aluminium and starving out the competition. Well, the thing is, I'm creating such a need for it that other people would want to get in on it. Besides, there's a lot of different places to get aluminium, and more will spawn if we keep taking them. Still, I refuse to buy somebody else's aluminium. Source it myself, don't let them profit from it. Mega factory for sale here. How much? 21 million. Forget that, I don't need your bread that badly. That said... Don't I make sesame? I could make bread. Bread is good. Thing is, I don't have the stores for it. I don't want to go on a big supermarket binge because there's so many things you can sell in supermarkets. I had an economy professor in university tell a story about him working in one of the largest North American aircraft companies, says Burden Warrior. He said he found a sale loss on a bolt of $4 million per year. It was bought by the company, sold for a loss, no one cared before and after, because the company was so huge. The point of the story was to show diseconomies of scale. I don't get it. What is it? Look carefully at your product lines and make sure that you're not hemorrhaging money like that? Where's my electronics, electronic component making thing? Is that keeping up? God, it's actually struggling to keep up. The idea that I'd need multiple of these is a worrying thought. But yeah, this thing is working flat out to make electronics components and... Okay, well this has given me an idea. Just when I thought that mega factories produce so much you couldn't possibly need multiple of them for one good, this one is already, I wouldn't say struggling, but if I make a lot more things with electronic components, you are not going to be able to handle it. And you know what that means? That means I need more raw goods coming in, like the copper. Fortunately, there's loads of copper coming in. How about silicon? Silicon's doing okay. And steel? Matthew, steel is just fine. Promising stuff, though. Something you said earlier, that money just becomes a number. Oh yeah, with the whole, once you get to a certain point, who cares about the little bits? True, true enough. But that's real at any point. I mean, I remember when I was a little kid, I cared about every little 2-penny coin I had, because 2-penny coin, well, I could buy a couple of those little egg-shaped candy things that you put into a pick and mix bag. Or it's another coin that I could put into the Penny Falls thing down at Aberdeen Beach. Love playing those 2-penny falls. Now, well, I mean, not even now, but you know, as a teenager, did I care about my 2-penny coins? Not so much. Only really the weight of 2-penny coins I had, as I would then turn them into pounds that I could use for something real. And now I'm not really sure I'd care about pound coins. No. I'm Scottish enough to care about my pound coins, but I'm not juvenile enough to care about my 2-penny coins. Yikes, to think. The demand for these electric goods is really, really a lot higher than I thought. Either that, or it's just... maybe this mod does upscale the size value of certain goods, meaning that it takes longer to produce. Because you've got your aluminium now. Oh, but you don't have your electric components? That's a scary thought. But these things are working flat out. Still, the point is, those goods are... hold that thought. Those goods are making their way to the electronic stores and hopefully making loads of money. We can go to products, consumer goods with retail sales by us under electronic devices. And look at that market share we've got. We're struggling on televisions, but I think that was purely a production thing. But even other people are buying our goods to be able to sell them. And that means they should be fleeced for it. I hope that Beatrice is fleecing them. See, we have clients here. They're still able to do 100% markup, so I wish Beatrice would push the prices up. This is where I should be in charge of the factories, because I do a much better job of this. But Beatrice is a right softie, isn't she? So what do we think is a TV problem? Could it actually be that we need another factory for it? That thought truly leaves me panic-stricken. Wait, actually, you've got 100... No, that's not what I'm looking at here. I might actually need another one. She's set on market share. Yeah, I'm not sure if that affects the prices she sets here. Let's take a look at televisions, for example. Televisions, $4.90. Now let's tell Beatrice to focus entirely on profit margin, and we'll come back in a few months and see if she's changed the price on that. Remember, it's $490 on televisions. Please put that in chat, or I myself am going to forget to even check on that. Still though, do I need another television factory? This is working flat out, and it is working. Actually, they're still waiting on their electronic components, which is another scary thought. They get their glass, they finally get their aluminium. Maybe it's actually the point where I need more electronic components coming out. I didn't think I'd ever hit this kind of scale. Yeah, it's struggling. It's really struggling. And I have a lot of televisions that I need to push out. Alright, well, it's easily enough done. I am going to duplicate this firm, safe in the knowledge that I need these electronic components anyway. It will automatically get stuff in the same place, and as soon as it passes through here... Thank you, Pi555. Your credit to team. I don't think he did, Sweet Orange Bunny. We gave him forever, and I don't think he did. Question by now, though, is which one of these does the motorcycle helmets? There we go, but I'm starting to wonder if I didn't just hire that person back myself. Maybe, maybe not. What was I just doing? Electronic components. They're through, they don't need to be on internal sale, they can certainly be charged an arm and a leg for. And now... I think I'm going to switch it over to you. Or... We've already got two... I'm going to change this supply of internal electronic components to come from warehouse 81. Oh, but I don't know which one is which. It'll be this one though, because it doesn't have any demand. There we go. So as you now work, you will hopefully fill in for the demand there. But this is good though. You see demand, you fill it up. That's more money for us. Do televisions just use that many? Everybody's buying my televisions. Hey, that's fine though. That means they're selling it on my behalf. The problem is they're probably making damn good markup on it. Well, not anymore, they're not. Also, looks like she did change the price. I hope my market share doesn't collapse because of that. But it does mean she's probably going to be selling out of our... Hopefully she's going to be selling out of here a bit better. I don't want her to go too aggressive on that. I just wish I had control over it myself. And maybe later on I will. Let's keep her about there. Alright, things are lovely, and to make it even more lovely, very soon we'll have our communication devices ready to rock and roll. Electronic products. I mean, that market share might not look big enough, but we are squeezing people for every bit of money that we can. We can also check out on e-commerce. Oh, well, we probably don't have enough to be getting on e-commerce just yet, but we will. Loving that TV situation now. Okay, so we didn't need another television place set up. We just needed this place actually getting access to their electronic components. That must have been its problem. Well, that's reassuring. Oh yeah, since we solved the electronic throughput problem, suddenly everyone is getting all the goods they need. Thank goodness we didn't waste our time on a second TV mega factory. But we did need a second one of you, it seems. Or did we? It suddenly looks like the supply is much higher than demand. Well, oh well, it shows a different story there. I don't know. I'm going to have to actually set up my spreadsheet to be able to run these numbers for me. But I will eventually. What's she charging for the televisions now? They're still making too much of a markup, Beatrice. I see. The people that are over in more expensive places, people with higher real wage rates, they are the ones that are able to do better markup. Speech synthesis. No, I need that speech synthesis. Come back. Look at all these people unhappy with their lack of wages. For God's sake, Archibald Vile, what are you doing? Some of them look good, some of them do not. How he decides to give raises, I don't know. We've just made ourselves a new leather bag, a Prada bag. And that again needs to be put on not internal sale. I'm going to do a quick spin through all my factories, make sure everything is as it should be. If I see anything that's not... oh yeah, well that's fine. I want... well no, I don't want you on internal sale. I want other people to be able to get access to those. And again, I feel like I set that, but oh well. Yep. Yep, I am so certain I set those on not internal sale. Something must be causing this. I might see if I can get some stats to reproduce on it and log it as well as an issue. All of my factories should not be on internal sale. Timber deposit, discovered near Toulouse, but I'm not in Toulouse. And Cameron King. Oh yeah, see this whole place is full of unhappy people because they're not being paid enough for their work. We need another van body person. Van body is semi-product as I recall. Okay. God, just seeing that money coming in. It just lets me think that everything is right in the world. And look at that, e-commerce sales are really contributing towards this. We're e-commerce selling those televisions for 466. which hopefully means that Slick Luigi's is reporting an even bigger loss. Oh man, look at that. That's the real loss right there. That's what I want to see. That is so good. Remember, loss on Slick Luigi's is actually gain. Because Slick Luigi's is paying a lot of money to my own firms, my own factories and that, for these goods. Look at that. We sold 10,000 car radios at 90 bucks each. And sure, it says that we're making a loss because we have to buy those in for 116. But you're looking at it the wrong way there, the very wrong way. Also, Nikki discovered what Pringles are. How cute. Is anything not really selling here? Yeah, fresh food isn't, and that's not surprising. The high cost of buying in, or the high cost on freight relative to the good makes those unattractive. Washing machines should be selling, but they're not selling because we're not able to fulfill demand enough. Also, it's February. I need to do something. It's not going to be a lot of fun, but let's go to R&D Center and go through all of these and... oh god, I said all of these, but anything that's not on 2 years... What's the most recent one I did? Actually, maybe I can work with you and go up and up and up. Or down, rather. And then as soon as we get to a certain point where it starts saying 1 year, like here, we're going to start terminating and telling them to go for 2 years because it's more efficient. Double click, double click, double click. Double click. Double click. Double click. Now you might be wondering, how can Jake put up with this kind of tedium? Well, I came out of the perfect hands with my mind intact. This kind of stuff is child's play. Look at that. The 2 years thing is so much better than 1 year. The reason we did 1 year is because I really wanted that immediate tech advantage to actually be able to produce the goods. So I'm checking. If that says 2 years, ignore it. If it says 1 year, double click, double click. And then I shouldn't need to pay any attention to R&D until we're in the real late game. That's all 2 years. Some of this isn't doing anything. And we're good. This music is banished music. I've folded banished into my OST for this. Right, what am I thinking now? I'm thinking it's time to get on those goods. I should, if we look over at comm devices. Why don't I have the tech? Don't tell me that they don't actually add up the way I want them to. No, no, no. Why don't I have my augmented tech going? Maybe if 2 of them finish at the same time. Oh, I bet that's it. Maybe if you have 2 of them going at exactly the same time, they both take you to that. Maybe you need to stagger them. Oh, I don't like the implications of that. So look at that, I never figured out my tablet computer, and we definitely were overshooting on these. Okay. The end goal's in the title, Sintram, but it's to have domination of all industries, markets, and businesses. So we must own or otherwise destroy and deny all other businesses, and we need to have market domination in everything. Currently, we have some market dominance, but this is in its infancy. I'm not really paying any attention to this. Currently, we're just in the stage of making enough money to be able to do what we want. But we just stumbled into something that I don't like. Looks... Maybe this doesn't work the way I think it does. Maybe when you get this set up, it's already set in stone? No, I don't know. That would make even less sense. Okay, what I know that I'm going to do, though, is... I don't want to wait 2 years. I do not want to wait 2 years. And now I've got a lot of these things to change out, don't I? Hold on, look, it's showing the different ones we have here, doesn't it? Why is it showing both of these? This confuses me. Why are those both showing up there? Don't know. Let's let a bit of time pass and see if it rejigs that at all. Nah, it's not showing multiples anymore. Is this what mods? Yeah, I've got Real World mod installed, and I've got the Chatters mod, which puts in a lot of companies and characters submitted by the community. Right, I think I have an idea of what I'm going to do. I don't like it because it's going to delay my domination of those industries. But for now, let's scroll all the way down to wherever we were through those. Where were we? It's on these, right? So 2G, I'm going to have an R&D on for 5 years on one of them, and an R&D on 1 year on the other. Unpleasant, but we'll do it this way. So 1 year and 5 years. Augmented reality, 1 year. Augmented reality, 5 years. Voice recognition, 1 year. And then voice recognition, 5 years. Mobile user interface, 1 year. Wait, at this point I could probably do it in 6 months for all of these and get it done really fast. Alright, let's redo it again. Alright, 6 months, 5 years. Wait, oh crumbs, I went through the wrong way as usual. Right, completely back to the basics here. Here we go. 2G telecom. Oh god, it's coming apart. There we go. 2G telecom, 5 years, 6 months. Digital photography, 5 years and 6 months. This one, 5 years and 6 months. Voice recognition, 5 years and 6 months. Mobile user interface, 5 years. Ooh, well, 6 months on you for now. Touchscreen tech, 5 years, 6 months. Lithium-ion batteries. We actually have the tech that we need for this. You can just be waiting. You can just keep doing it every 2 years. Mobile user interface. I put you on 6 months. This one for 5 years. Really thinking the long term here. GPS nav. 5 years and 6 months. Don't know why this is showing up here. Probably will go away shortly. Hopefully it'll go away shortly. Voice recognition on every 2 years over there. Video streaming. 5 years and 6 months. Wait, 6 months is going to get you like nothing, but oh well. Desktop user interface. 5 years. Speech synthesis. 5 years. 3D sensors. 5 years. 3D graphics. 5 years. 3D graphics. 6 months. 3D sensors. Didn't I just do you? 6 months. Speech synthesis. 6 months. Alright. Maybe that'll do it. Maybe not. I gotta check back in 6 months and make sure that I am ready to get going on these industries. I am raring to go on them. It would be prudent to note that they are also going to need a lot of electronic components and CPUs. Hope I'm able to keep up with that. How's the CPU factory going? Oh, it looks fine. Long saves in this game, all that clicking, so yeah. I think there's ways to set it up so you don't need to do so much of it, especially if you have subsidiaries. But for now, I like having a lot of control over things. Haven't saved in forever though, so let's go perfect 012. Uncapped frame rate on the menu, causing encoding issues there. Why uncapped frame rates, I'll never know. Still a little saddened that I'm not able to keep up with my needs on the vehicles. And again, I could just switch out these factories for, well, factories that are going to meet those demands. But I don't want to tear them down and put down that many factories. Another disgruntled employee. Well, don't worry, we'll just bring them right back in. Wait, I don't need alcoholic beverage people. I need USB pen as electronics, right? A Cerberus R&D handheld game console. So we finally got the tech done for that. Wait, what managed to get that tech done? Suppose I shouldn't question it too hard, but it does mean I can finally set up a product R&D for that. I'm sure one of these is empty. I think I set up more than I needed. I certainly did. I can check if they're blank here, can't I? Yep. So I'll do this one. I was seeing that they're blank, but I wanted to find a sensible one to start with. It's an electronic product, right? Oh, now I need to check. No. What was it then? Computers? Wait, that was a gaming device, wasn't it? That's under toy. Why did it say that I unveiled a handheld games thing? I'm pretty sure it said that, but I'm pretty sure I didn't do that as well. I thought I was doing computer stuff. God, even my mind is going. Oh well, whatever. Don't know why people still put in that uptime thing. It says below the stream how long it's been going on for. We've been live for 3 hours 36. We don't use bots around here. Please do not attempt to use them. On the very, very rare occasion that we have a bot around, it'll tell you, oh, okay. I've never seen this before, but Guandu Supplies, led by Sato Jun, is offering us $20 per share because I hold stock in Workers G. Right, are they trying to do an acquisition here? They're the only thing that I have stock in, I believe. Yeah, look at that. They're attempting a merger. Oh, wait, I thought I had the game paused. I'm not really sure I want to sell them that. It's worth a lot more. However, they could force a merger if I'm not careful. What happens to my shares? Oh, I think they just forced buy the shares away from me. I could buy the rest off of Tian to ensure that Guandu Supplies does not integrate them. But that also might be a little hint. Because Guandu Supplies integrating them is probably going to look good for their stock market. Where's Guandu Supplies? Where is Guandu Supplies? Is Guandu Supplies a private company? They are. Why in the world would you be trying to buy up a non-private company? It's kind of weird that a private company could buy that up, but... Interesting. What am I to make of this? How's the Workers' Guild proceeding? What would they gain from absorbing the Workers' Guild? Well, they'd notice their crummy profits for one. Maybe they want their tech. These guys have a lot of computing tech. Wait, no they don't. They've got level 0 tech and all of that. What do they have tech in? Internet. Honestly, they're not very useful, are they? Might be a good idea to just get rid of bad stock while I can. Oh well, we'll see if he offers that again. It was a different company. Really? I thought he was offering for Workers. Workers G is the only place I have it for. Or maybe I was looking at another company in the other thing. Possibly. No, I'm looking at the Workers Guild. And it was Sato of Guandu that wants it. Wow, their operating profit's going way down. God knows what they're up to. Oh well, far from my concern right now. Let's let those 6 months pass, get our tech, and start dominating the computer and communications markets. It was an old message. I was talking about the handheld tech. Ah, okay, so it wasn't us. I thought it was us. Thanks for that. It's more reassuring. You're going from 18 to 19 on GPS navigation. How can you go from 18 to 19? That's so bad. Oh well, someday we'll have the tech. For now though, we have the money, and money is one of the better techs. Am I in debt at all? I am not in debt at all. How's the aluminium situation? Taken care of. I'm a little unhappy that I had to get aluminium from another city to manage through this, but it's okay. Why are you on internal sale again? I swear that thing just turns itself on and off. I keep coming back to old places that I've not touched in forever and finding that, uh-oh. Maybe I've made you too aggressive on the pricing. My market share has really gone away now. And she's starting to ask for incredibly aggressive raises. Let's see, products by me that I have stuff in. Yeah, my market share is not looking so hot anymore. It's a shame. I like it when she's aggressive on the pricing, but I hate the idea that I'm losing all that market share. Does that mean my things aren't selling? Yet again, somebody is resigning because Archibald won't do his damn job. Touchscreen tech. Touchscreen tech. Just bring him back. Give him a raise. Well, it was nice to see it, but I honestly think you should be a bit more balanced towards market share. It hurts to lose it. Too many other things changing to just look at this number to see if to see which of her approaches are the best. I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm probably getting to that point where everybody's going to start resigning, so I should, regrettably, go to my R&Ds and just give raises across the board, which is sadly gonna... Oh god, I've done it again. Sadly gonna take a bit of time. If you press left or right, you go into another city and you come off of this stuff. So we look for anybody who's in red, and if they are in red... The people I've had around for a long time, I don't think that's going to be a problem for, but all of the new stuff that I set up, if anybody is in red or even close to 20, we need to give out some big fat raises. Or else they'll just leave. Now a lot of this stuff is okay. Yeah, because this is stuff that's already been taken care of with raises, but all the people we newly brought in for this tech, we need to go in and then just hit A on everybody that's in their 20s twice. Yep. Jinx, I never imagined R&D would be so micro-intensive. I honestly think this is an oversight. Because they put a bit of work into putting in this system with talents, headhunting, people coming and going. And that sounds pretty cool from a multiplayer perspective. But this game doesn't have multiplayer, so right now it's kind of just a scutter. I suppose on the plus side, if you don't have the DLC for it, you don't have to bother with this. These places would run just like a retail place or a factory. You don't need to worry about employing specific people. You just have abstracted employees brought in with a very abstracted trading done for them. But this would all be solved if just your CTO would actually give raises to your talents. Oh well, that'll keep me busy tomorrow. I already have a save file for it though, don't I? Pretty sure I do, and I just didn't submit it. Of course, I'm kind of aggravating the issue myself by hiring lots and lots of low-skilled people and training them up. So go figure, Arcvile has his hands full. If you've ever worked in management one way or another, and you have employees that you have to care about dishing out salary and other benefits for, can be a pain, and I've put one person in charge of training lots and lots of people. And of course giving them their salaries. And yet I have to step in, and even so, Archibald Vile will keep demanding more and more raises. Even if I tell him to go and do one, I'd need to bring in somebody else who would just do exactly the same, so I might as well keep in Archie on my side. Alright, that's just about all of them. These guys seem happy enough. This is a semi-product, right? Of course it is. What else would it be? It even says semi-product. Happy enough. Not happy enough. Yeah, see, what's bothering me is that he's raising the salary for some people, but not all. So I don't know what's causing that overlook thing. Maybe he just randomly checks to see if he should dish out raises every now and then? Who's to say? I don't have enough inside information to say one way or the other. Oh, now we're starting to look really bad when we get into USB pens, and then Project Dev Skill Computer. Oh, you're on the wrong thing then. I need to switch you out with a computer person and give you a raise accordingly, and then move on. Empty. Oh yeah, these people are very unhappy. Suppose it would make people even more unhappy seeing their colleagues get promotions and raises and more salary and benefits, whilst they're left with absolutely nothing. And we're done. There we go. Hopefully I don't get alerted about that for a long time yet. Haven't logged into a stream in a while, but just watched those recent Caesar 3. Great stuff, says Ultimate Opportune. It was a lot of fun, so glad you enjoy it too. Also, let's save so I don't have to do that again, at least for a while. There we go. Glad to see the big money come in, but it could always be bigger, and when I get on these communication devices, bigger is what it's most likely going to be. But I really want to get into politics and start kicking people out, and I really want to get better at stock, so that I can truly kick people out in another meaner way. I wonder if Guandu would sell me their stock, actually. I don't want to sell my stock to you. He just straight up doesn't want to. He's definitely going in there. Does Tian want to sell his stock? Okay, I'm in a bit of a hard place with Workers Guild then. Never mind that. How about my favourite people? This is sorted by AI strategy. How's their stock looking? Damn it, nobody's really collapsing right now. The economy's too good. I mean, the Win lobby is always going to be failing. Hon 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 is in a slump. They're a tech company. That might be interesting to me. Also, Lanka. Their stock is a bit pathetic. They're into real estate. Lanka bears is worth investigating. Wow, who was dipping hard there? Ming. Ming is doing terribly. What's Ming's problem? Well, they don't have a lot of firms up. Tell me about your firms. Tell me about your telecom. Yeah, I see your telecom is struggling there, isn't it? You got some farms and factories and retail stores, but you are just not making a profit at all. Tell me, do you have any cool tech? No. Just internet tech, and I already have that myself, I think. Alright, so it looks like Ming is going to fail. Maybe somebody will buy them up, given how cheap they're going. They haven't been putting out a lot of bonds, have they? No, but Jeff Wayne's Store of the Worlds has been doing a lot of bonds. Bonds with good yields if I was into that, but that's what, nah. Not big on buying bonds unless you want the steady money for some reason. I'd far rather play in the stock market. Nicky's bringing out his gummy candy. Right then. My god, that's a lot of profit to be making. Off of just the factory itself, A good chunk of that is doubtlessly e-commerce, but everything buying it from it also. And then I make even more money when I sell this off to my... off in my retail stores. I want to actually do a check on that one. Firm, electronic stores, how are you actually performing? It's been long enough for this to be solidified. My firms, please. Wrong firm. Right firm. Profit on these places, not so great, actually. Maybe that's because I told you to focus on pricing and that made a lot of people not want my goods. Maybe, but she will solve that. I'm actually kind of surprised at how low the profits are on that. But you gotta remember that bar is going up to 6 million here. Some of these might look better, but the cap there is at 2 million. Oh, I thought we avoided this. Right, Blazing Bakeries and Hon Hon Hon, that bears investigation. We'll look into Blazing Bakeries shortly. For now, I need another computer person here. Computer, bring you in. Hire you up. You were struggling as well. Damn, I thought I was on top of all this stuff, but apparently not. Maybe their loyalty changes quite abruptly for some unknown reason. Hadn't considered that. Right, Blazing Bagels just bought up Hon Hon Hon. Why? Or was it... Yeah, it was my bakeries that bought them up. My bakeries' operating profit is way down. Maybe they're going to spike in profit because of that. Any special tech you've got on your side? You're focusing pretty heavily on software yourself, but the fact that you were able to do a merger there, that was what happens, right? Yeah, Blazing Bakeries merged. That's potentially a good sign for your stock. I might want to buy into you right now. Where are you at, Blazing? It's not Blazing, it's my bakeries. Looks to be pretty high as it is, but maybe we should take a chance on them. Shadow's got a fair bit of stock in them. Christ, he wants me to pay 200 million. I don't think I can accept that. What did he want me to pay? He wants me to pay $30 per share. Yeah, shame none of it's in the public. Does anyone have anything going public? Not really. I backed the wrong horse with the Workers Guild. Well, not necessarily. I haven't made a gain on it, but they are struggling and they're about to be bought out, I'm sure. Do I have the tech yet? Come on. They're working their way towards that 6-month thing. Oh god, what a place to set up a drugstore. Ratte Merchants Guild. Their R&D is okay, so video games consoles now out there. I'm not getting on that, but maybe someday I will. My extra bit of advertising with radio stations is not helping, so I'm actually going to get rid of that. I thought it would be a nice boost to our reach, but it's not happening that way. Netflix as well, get off the TV. Not that it's a big problem, they are turning a profit. And that's even considering the fact that this guy is shelling out loads of money into my own advertising firms. But to make my life even better, other people are advertising through me, as they damn well should. Yeah, man, look at that. That is good profit for my internet companies. No dot-com bubble bursting here. Firm profit seems oddly high now. Why is that? I think it's just that we're making so much extra money on... Oh no, actually, it might actually be that I'm not selling as much as I was before now. Hard to keep a track of that with the way that I've set this up, but I'm just going to assume that e-commerce is doing me good. Because as long as this number is hovering over 2 billion, we're in the right place, I'm sure. Every time I hear this track, I get the itch for Banished. I wish that game wasn't so easy. It is really easy, and I was so turned off by playing the Colonial Charter mod. It's hard to put into words just how much of a turn-off it was, but it certainly was a turn-off. Am I making good money on my insurance? My market for it is pathetic. Nobody wants to buy it. Now I'm wondering why my market share is so low on that. Let's check out our clients for it. Here's our business shoppy. We have good quality for it. But yeah, we're not exactly reaching capacity on this either. Archibald Vile wanting all my money. It seems pretty hard to attract people towards my insurance. And the profit margins I make on it aren't fantastic. But it exists, and it's all revenue, so I'll take it. Take it and run. There's one contraction going on in Toulouse. And that's about it. There was the extra iron ore that spawned, but I think our existing iron ore is already better than that, so I don't need to worry about it. Okay, come on, I am itching beyond belief to get on the... Oh, Rate's Merchant Guild was actually a newcomer. Maybe they'll perform a bit better if they're bringing in a good like that. Rate's Merchant Guild. There we go, and they're headed by Nick's Quality. It's hard to say. Oh, their expertise is in gasoline products, so I might get some competition there. But they came straight out the gate with a video games console, which surprised me. Yeah, look at all that... no, wrong thing. Here we go. God, everyone's wanting more money off of me. How could they do this to me? Oh, I don't know why it's showing tech over 0. I'm interested in tech above 30. Oh, there we go. The rat merchants are actually coming out with their video game console. There is a reasonable chance that you're going to make big money selling off that console. I hate backing newcomers, but since you're likely the only person on that, I think you're going to do well with it. So if I can find them... The rat merchants have a lot of public stock. Do I feel like buying big into it? I think I do. Yeah, let's pump up that share price and put our firm belief behind the company. I mean, I can buy it up really cheaply if I'm getting public shares like that. And then I want to see if Shadow will sell some of his. That's pretty expensive. But this is me believing in the company. Like, I think they're going to go relatively to the moon. I just don't want to have control over them. So maybe I'll... it's no bad thing to have them as a subsidiary. Except they'll come crying to me when they're not doing so well. I think I will call Canny on that one, though. There we go. I'll believe in them to that effect. Damn, I just bought 1 billion of them. Didn't even realize I had that much money. But there we go. I'll believe in them. And hopefully they don't flop like nothing on Earth. And there's another banish track coming in. What am I doing in Toulouse? Get out to Toulouse, back to Vancouver. And hope upon hope that I can start making those goodies. Still, oh my goodness, we're 1 off of the video streaming tech. 10 off of the speech synthesis. And we're a fair bit off of voice recognition. What is taking so long on that? Trying to see where they are. Pretty hard to see from the sea of information. And voice recognition is going a long way that way. This is the 6-month one, which should take it up to 45. Ah, see that then? It is going from that tech, so you can't layer them as much as I thought you could. Dang it, I thought if I had 2 different tech places running in parallel, then they would kind of jump off of each other, but they can just make the same tech leaps. Oh, I've made a terrible mistake in my assumptions here. However, I could still have it set up that I have a, say, like a 10-year one and a 1-year one, or a 2-year and a 10-year. Then I'd still get that nice leap up every 10 years. Oh, well that's gonna need some consideration, isn't it? Which means, see these guys that I've had 2 people going on photo enhancement and Oh wait, no, that's a different thing altogether. But no, I was reading these as the same thing, but they're not. It's UI and core. Okay, I learned a thing. I have learnt a thing. Glad I've learnt it now. Oh well, what can you do? I think in the end this is going to take me longer than if I'd had these things set to the 2 years to begin with. It's okay, eventually I'll get the tech that I need. Damn right I'm learning Demon. Still, at the very least, as time goes on, we are still continuing to make the good money, and I would be very surprised if anyone's more profitable than us. No, but Datadyne is up there with $1 billion annual profit. I've been working my socks off to get here, and they just look like they're casually going into that profit with so few firms. That's crazy. What are they doing here? Their factories are making absurd money, probably putting out their fancy software. I'd love to just snaffle up Datadyne myself. Acquiring Datadyne would cost $21 billion. Meaning it would take 21 years to pay off. Probably not worth it. Probably better to come in as a competitor and try and squeeze them out. But right now I know what I'm working with, and what I'm working with is computers and communication devices. Soon I'll be setting up a fat new load of mega factories for all of those and pumping them out. In fact, I'm going to check on my wee spreadsheet the demand levels for these. Computer demands are middling. Communication device varies a fair bit, but smartphones are fairly high in demand. I gotta see how much I can push those out. E-commerce again should help out a fair bit. I'm really surprised about the e-commerce though. Don't like the fact that it's suddenly not showing that massive loss, because a loss was good. It might mean that there's a mix of profitable things like that. Doesn't say what time frame these are on though. But people buying my gasoline through that is offsetting some of this stuff. Yeah, this doesn't give any time frame. I don't know if this is daily, total, year, past year, year to date. It's kind of bizarre. Still though, I'm glad we got the reach, and as long as things are going through here, then we're okay. Actually, I can just do it by quantity sold, can't I? As long as I don't care about the number and just the quantity sold, and I think of the average price of all of this. Oh, that's not an easy thing to do. This is a hard interface to read. Okay, please game. I want my new toys. I suppose I could get going with it. Like, I could get into mobile phones and camera phones and set up the other ones as we get access to them. I wanted my 3D printer. So much that I wanted. Oh well, maybe I should just get on it. The sooner they're flowing, the better. Right. In that case, factories, let's go. The shape of this is awkward. Again, if I was in command of the city, I would just tear down these roads, but I'm not. So let's just build a bunch of them and see what we do with them. I think I'll need a bit more than 5, 6, 7. It's just crushed these poor people's homes, and they suddenly find these mega factories where they once had a lovely view. Unfortunate for you, but very fortunate for me. Communication devices, camera, phone, and I know you can source all of that within my own places, so that's okay. And mobile phones, yes please. What else? Computer. I need my desktop computers. I'm going to have to come in and fight a hefty fight on the market share there, but fight it I shall. I'm sure I wanted photocopier. It would be nice if I could see my own tech levels for this, because that would tell me if it's something I was getting into. But I'm sure I would have gotten into photocopiers. Just checking my own list here. Yeah, definitely on the photocopiers. And did I actually want a plotter? Who actually uses plotters? I don't know, and I can't remember. Plotter. Corporate detail, us, tech. R&D, more than 0. Well, no, that's computing, not computers. Ah, tech product. Different thing altogether. Ah, oh, I was looking at the wrong thing when I was checking other people's tech. I was looking at tech instead of tech product. Whoops, better keep that in mind next time. R&D, am I making any plotters? I am doing plotters. I'm as surprised as I am. Right, get those plotters in. Get those scanners in. Everybody likes get away. That's a printer. Let's set up the printers anyway. Set up the scanner. We need scanners. Check on my own list. I'm sure I would have put in scanners. And I want tablet computers, but we're not there yet. Toner cartridges. Can't remember if I wanted those or not, because then I'd need to buy stuff from other people. I'm definitely doing USB pens, I remember. Yeah, today is my Sabbath, no more, but I just wanted to play anyway, so here we are. It's just how it goes sometimes. More mega factories, please. It's tight on space. Right, this mega factory, we'll do our Wi-Fi routers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can have a warehouse that just takes in all of these, so we'll wait until it flushes through the system. Here you go, one warehouse. One warehouse with multi-floors, please. And they're all flowing good. In that case, let's make sure it's coming in through here. Now, communication devices, mobile phone and camera phone. And they'll just sail on through. But the other devices are computer types, so desktop computer and photocopier and plotter and printer and scanner and USB pen and Wi-Fi router. We'll get all those through the system, change their prices, and then we're going to set up more stores for these. The question is, which store? Computer store? Yep, designated computer store for this. Right, what are the prices on these? So the printer is about 37 quid. Where's my printer at? There we go. Nice and cheap. 37 quid. The scanner is about 25 quid. I already forgot what I said, but it was probably 25 quid. Yep. The USB pen is just 1 quid. I know they're dollars, but I still say quid. Got the quid on my dog and bone if I don't. $10 for a camera phone. Nice and cheap. Oh, they're not going to be selling for those rates though. No siree. Regular mobile phones for 7.5. And desktop computer. Now this is going to be a tough one. It's about 100 quid to make those, but that market is going to be fierce, so I can see us having to price clash over that one. Photocopier is about 37 quid. Man, I really enjoy this. When you've got all the goods flowing, it just feels so good. Did I say 37? I think I did. Looks 37 to me. And my plotter is 41 quid. Imagine getting a plotter for 41 pounds. Unthinkable. Right. Now we make sure that these factories are all on e-commerce and they're not on internal sale. Did I miss you? I feel like I missed Wi-Fi routers. They're going for 12 quid 80. Absolutely missed that. Right, all on e-commerce. And absolutely not on internal sale. Okay, just wait until the game changes that for me, but still, there we go. And the last thing is to put down our computer stores everywhere. Now, a lovely thing about putting stores down, you might have noticed that every time I have to go into stores, it takes quite a while. I have to sniff out the best areas. Once we hit the between mid and late game, we'll pretty much have carte blanche over designing the whole cities. So I'll probably come up with some plan that involves, I don't know, a blockish area that has a certain amount of apartments, a commercial building, and a bunch of different shops. And that way I can just tailor make perfect places for getting, what's it called, retail price thingy-jiggers? What's the word? Game? Where's my computer store? Customer Traffic Index, that's the word I'm looking for. For now though, I've got to use this view and just try to squeeze out the best place. Some of these traffic indexes are looking really poor now, because all the best places have been taken up by competing firms. I've not been particularly aggressive with putting down my shops, and now I can begin to feel the regret on that. So Vancouver, grimmer than Grimsby. And Grimsby people don't know what to do with a computer. Why am I selling this to them? It's a fool's errand is what it is. 18 over there, that is grim. Of course, when I become the mayor, I can still just tell other people to go away, but I'm not the mayor. Someday I will be, but not now. I'm actually at the point where I have enough money to compete on mayorship everywhere, and it's a very tempting thing to do. Ooh, 54 is nice, give me that. Yeah, in fact, since my political party has been established for a wee while, in 2009, I think I'll go and try and compete in every city to get mayorship everywhere. That'll give me a lot of lovely control, because then I'll just be able to toss things away and slap down my wonderful shops wherever I want them to. I could even move my existing shops if they're not in ideal locations, and I'm really feeling like some of these are not. Being out in the cusp here at 27 is grim for my computer products. There's got to be somewhere better. No, I guess I'll make do with 27 there. Oh yeah, right, printers have gone massively up in price, and I bet they're not going to come back down anytime soon, if ever. God, when things go up in price, they never seem to come back down, do they? It's tragic. Alright, there's my 5 computer stores. I'm suddenly realizing that I made a mistake. I didn't set up the first one. So I need to actually set them all up manually, which is a pain. Or do I? What I could do is go firm computer store. Go to one of them. Start with Vancouver, because that's easier. And now we go with this. And here. Do the same thing. And maybe no, actually I can't trust Beatrice in this one, can I? Or can I? Maybe she will... Maybe she'll sort them out for me. Let's believe in Beatrice. I'm keen to see. Beatrice should automatically bring in goods that she thinks should be brought into these stores. So I'll be interested to see if she automatically brings in the goods that I have in my warehouse for internal store. But I should have made one of these and be copy-pasting that. That was a rookie mistake by me. Okay, hopefully that's all of them working out fine. Alright, let's trust in Beatrix and see what she does. Sell printers at a loss, make profit by selling ink, 1000 I don't think I actually set myself up for selling ink. I think I went away from making the toner cartridges. Or did I? Yeah, I would have remembered if toner was part of this. Toner cartridges actually are decent money. And I can't help but feel that I did start tech for toner cartridges, but good luck seeing the image here. Do you see it? I don't see it. Oh my god, I was working on memory cards and I forgot that. Oh yeah, we are working on toner cartridges. So we should certainly have a factory set up for that. But I didn't, and I need a warehouse set up for it, wouldn't I? Toner cartridges, and what was the other one that I went to? Ooh, yeah, that thing. Memory cards. But we already have 9 different goods coming out, and there's only space for 9 goods in my thing, so we'll have to make do with that. Okay, how's she dealing with them? Excellent. She's selling all 9 of the goods that I set us up for them, except not here for some reason. Scanner, printer, plotter. Da 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 da. You're bringing in 2 printers, lassie. What is the good that's missing from here? Both the phones are there. Desktop computer's not here for one. So let's change that out with, not printer please, but desktop computer from my warehouse. What else is missing here though? Printer, the router's there, the USB pen is there, the plotter is there, the printer is there, the scanner is there, the other big old printery thing, the photocopier. Wait, photocopier? I don't think photocopier was one of the things I was doing. Was it? Oh, maybe it was. I'm not well known for my memory there. Yeah, Christ, it is a photocopier. Right. You here. So what do you have double of? You got loads of printers. Right. Photocopier from warehouse. There we go. Beatrix did an alright job there, but she was just picking up from my mistake. Now we have to hope that our money takes another big leap up with this new thing that we should be dominating. And we will actually need more computer stores later on. Then I can get on the toner and the memory cards, because we'll also have 2 new types of phone that we want to put out. Let's make sure we're in Vancouver. Keep a good eye on things. We're okay. Can you DRM lock people, force them into buying your toner? I wish we could. Hanseatic League has just changed its corporate to the Hanseatic League. Was that always a corporation here? We can check the date here, but it doesn't seem to be sorting by date. No, the Ratte merchants are the newest people here. Also, a quick check at the stock overview. Man, these guys refuse to crash. I'm kicking myself. There was a time in them where there was such a dip in the insurance companies, but I decided to focus on my own exploits. I should have just taken out a big fat loan and bought them up. But that's exactly what looking at the stock prices are like. It's nothing but kicking yourself over things you could have done, or at least should have done better. As long as I'm not buying into Ming, I think Ming is cursed. We, however, are not cursed. Our price has been going moon from day one. As well it should. We continue to grow, and we grow well. Also, I believed in the Ratte merchant. Their stock price is crashing. Oh my. I still believe in them, right? They're selling all those video game consoles. They'll eventually moon. God, it's like $1 billion worth of stock. It isn't worth $1 billion anymore. Okay. Manufacturer's guide, still on those computing devices. There we go. HUD glasses and smartphones are ready to take the world by storm. Also, if these things have taken themselves onto internal sale, oh, surprisingly, they are staying on everybody's sale. My market for computers is dreadful. There's no demand for my PCs. Nobody seems to be buying those. Also, what's up with that? Why did you only have one person taking it from you? Actually, why did you have one person taking it from you full stop? It should only be going to the warehouse. See, I don't like that, right? When you get that, make sure it comes from the warehouse. Oh god, what if you're taking other things from... Yeah, oh Christ, no, don't take them from factories. Right, warehouse only, batch change. I don't like the fact that it only updated 3 things there. Some places I don't think are taking in my printer. I've been turned off Evil Bank Manager for reasons I don't think I can even remember. I think they were like stealing assets in some way or another, but I might be completely misremembering that. Okay, there is something very wrong with my computer stores. They are not all set up how I want them to be for some reason. Oh well. Like I said, this is all on me. I made a mistake, and now I gotta fix it. Maybe I should just go through them and just make sure they're all linked properly. Otherwise the money it makes isn't going to show up correctly. So link, just make sure everything is coming in from the warehouses. And plenty of them might already be. Actually, I can just hit U to check them first. Warehouse, warehouse, factory. Don't know why I should be buying them from the factory instead of the warehouse. But that's Beatrice for you. All that money's gone to her head. Factory, so get me warehouse. Factory, so get me warehouse. Factory, so get me warehouse. Warehouse, warehouse, factory, so get me warehouse. Factory, so get me warehouse. Warehouse, warehouse. Warehouse, warehouse. Warehouse. Warehouse, warehouse, warehouse. Again, changing this doesn't actually change any of the money I make, it just gives me a better overview. That should be all of them done now. Oh, no. Factory. 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 Warehouse. Warehouse, warehouse, warehouse. And that should be fine, I'll just check one more. Looks fine enough. Starting to worry that they're not all selling all of those goods though. No, I'm seeing all the same 9 in each of them, so it should be alright. However, I want to get on making those new products that I have now invented. Which also means I should be getting on the product tech for it. So, what was that? That was over here for you. And that was me wanting to do my... Is that under computers? No, it's under communication things, but I'm not seeing that here. Where's communication devices? Maybe these don't get production tech. Maybe they only get the tech. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense if there wasn't, say... Yeah, I think your overall product tech just comes from this research rather than anything else. Okay, no need to worry about that then. But I do need to make my HUD glasses and my smartphone in a factory. And we will get started on that. Factory. Large factory. Well. Mega factory. In you come, in you go. Oh, that's in a bad place. Oh, but the relocation fee. I'll just have to make do with the fact that I put you in a bad place there. Or I can just demolish you, sell the land, and make you again. I'm making mistakes. Getting too jittery from playing this for too long. Still, HUD glasses, go. And smartphone, go. Definitely do e-commerce. Start getting those flowing. And I will need yet another warehouse for these. Put storage output, HUD glasses, smartphone. Definitely not for internal sale. Anyone who wants these can have these. I make a smartphone for $6. I make virtual reality for $4, and I sell it for a lot more than that. Feels pretty good. Where would buy this, by the way? Lots of places, but not least of all a computer store. Good. No, not warehouse only. Here we go. HUD glasses and Smarty Pants phone. Get those flushed through the system. Remember, it was $4 and $6 for them. They just keep asking for more and more money. I can't even set the price that low. That's amazing. Alright, now what to do with them. Computer store is a bit of a pain because I already have computer stores. It sucks to set up another one that's only going to sell those two things. So, that's all the more reason I should be making more things, like that toner of mine. That toner would come in like this. Unthinkable. Right. Computer. Oh, right, I got the tech for a lot of other things. I definitely didn't have 3D printers going. And what did I also want? I don't think I made my GPS yet. If I did, it would be in here. I would remember GPS. I didn't do GPS. Good, my tech is done for that then. I need more factories then. It's all about the mega factories. Because I can't trust anything smaller. Those memory cards, please. And was I making? I wasn't making notebooks. Definitely want notebook and tablet and toner. Notebook, tablet, and notebook. God, try saying that fast. Notebook, tablet, toner. Step aside, peasants. It's Mega Factoryville. Notebook, tablet, and toner. The toner stuff is going to be a bit of a pain to source, but that's okay. And let's get all this shoved through the factory and into a new batch of computer stores. Jumping into a stream without having watched the previous ones, trying to figure out what's going on, says Martias. Give me 5 minutes to set up my computer stores and I will do a rundown of what we're up to. That seems like a prudent point to do it at. I hope we're not going to face any problems with some of these goods. I mean, it looks like you're struggling to get computer components in right now. Am I short on those? Yo, massively. Okay, maybe it'll take a bit more than 5 minutes then. And it's not like you have them backed up in here either. I need an absolute dedicated warehouse for components, and I need a lot more of this. You say everything's going fine. I don't believe that though. Well, actually, it says that your sales aren't working full on. You got plenty of goods backed up. I think the sales aren't working just because the manufacturing doesn't have them to be putting out. So yeah, my desire for electronic components is otherworldly. So, since I'm already empty on them, or close enough to empty on them, I'm going to stop that purchase, and where's my other electric components? Stop that purchase too, and I'm going to grab my electric component places. I am going to relocate the firm over to here. Hopefully they keep all their training and stuff. They do, good. And grab my other electric component place and relocate you over here. Just pick up a factory and drop it over. And I'm going to duplicate you. I'm going to duplicate you twice. And then I'm going to have a warehouse here. Ish. There we go. And you are nothing but electrical components. So now, hopefully these guys will get them flushed through fairly quickly. Margarina from the Dance Macabre. Scary thought. Alright, you've got it coming out, you've got it coming out. Unfortunately, it didn't copy over the lack of internal sales stuff when I copy-pasted them. But I need all my... This feels Factorio level, doesn't it? I need all my electronic components. So do you have any clients? You've apparently got this warehouse, even though I told this warehouse to stop buying them. Perhaps you should just have a different... well, it just says supply stopped, but it won't stop from over here. Right. Input, components, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now everybody that needs their components, once this is flushed through here, and are of course being sold at cost. Cost is £1.90. I go to places that need components, like you. No. Like you. And we go link, warehouse only, get them from my newest one, which is you, because you've got no demand. And then batch change that for everywhere. And now they should all be getting their components from the new warehouse that I just set up for them. And hopefully that'll flow nicely. Right. Yeah, I'll just do a big old rundown once we have finished getting these latest goods to market. We just need them to be coming out of these warehouses. The warehouses are struggling a bit on getting goods. Hopefully CPU. Don't tell me I'm choked on CPUs. No, the CCDs are high in demand. Oh god, CPUs are excessively high in demand here. There are none backed up in storage. What's the problem with CPUs here? You get the copper, you get the carbon, you get the silicon, you do the sales. Get to work, folks. This is why I give you a training budget. I got too cocky when it came to mega factories. I thought they could handle everything, and now I'm seeing that they cannot. Like, these guys, they're just waiting on their CPUs, aren't they? Well, the toner cartridges are coming through, no problem at least. But those tablet computers... What's your problem, actually? Is it the CPUs? Nope, but computers also having a bit of trouble here. Oh, there are plenty of gaps in my knowledge, but I'm doing everything I can to continue to increase it. That's strange. What's your problem? Why are you not making anything here? You have the electric components and the plastic. Oh, you don't have the electric components. I set you up, but the demand is overwhelming. But these guys should be working. It's all going into that warehouse. I am facing a big problem with components. But they are working flat out to produce components. They have all the steel and the copper and all of that. How are you struggling so hard on it? Do I really need a lot more components? Because that would feel extremely factorio. I mean, these things are coming out pretty high utility rate. I'm unsure what to make of this. The sheer volume of these that are coming out of here. Everything that goes in isn't even being stored because it's immediately going out. Can I track them going in? I'm not even sure they're arriving in, they're just immediately being whomped out. But this place is working real fast to get all those out as well. Ton of demand for these, crazy. And that's meaning that my CPUs are struggling. Wait, not my CPUs. So you guys need those electric components. What a Factorio problem, but it's easier to see the problems in Factorio. All of these guys struggle with the electric components. But you do have them as a supplier. How are the rat merchants doing? I don't think we want to talk about the rat merchants. I bought into the rat merchants and they are bombing hard. But maybe I should continue to believe in them. I mean, they've got video games. If I bought up more of them, at least they'd be under my watch and my command. Yeah, let's believe in the rat merchants. There we go. I've taken control, Nix. Step aside. Shadow, I want more of this. This is absolutely turning into a, what do you call it? Sunk cost fallacy, probably. There we go. I could fully merge with them right now, but they're completely under me. I sunk a lot of cost into them. So I've got one subsidiary, which is new and rubbish. Don't issue new shares. Do liquidate if you're running out of cash and close down crappy ones. Don't go into everything. I can't stop you going to gasoline though. I was kind of hoping that you would be working on software. That's kind of all you have in terms of firms, right? Well, you have a software company. I was hoping you'd have a lot more. Okay. No, it wasn't software, it was hardware, wasn't it? Everything you have makes a loss, rat merchant. They are awful. Why did I buy this company? Why did I believe in this company? They're really bad at everything. The whole thing I got into them for was because I thought they were going to do well with video game consoles. They own the video game console market. Pretty much, right? Or did I get conned into this? Right, your firms. Tell me about your factories. This one's under no utilization. This one's the one that's making the profit, and that's because it's making video games. Good. Keep making video games. Or video game consoles. Alright, I've made a huge mistake. I should just leave them to do their own thing and pray that they end up being profitable one way or another. So Nix, you just do whatever the hell you think you should be doing, and don't come running to me when you run out of money. But do not issue new shares. And you can work on whatever. If they keep failing, then I'm probably just going to abandon them. Just write that off as a big old loss. Speaking of losses, what is going on with these electrical components? Here I was thinking I was making absurd amounts of them. But it turns out that it's just not enough to meet demand. Not even close. Although the output is going really high on these, it doesn't seem to be enough. It's not backing up at all. You guys are certainly not backing up, are you? Because as soon as you have some here, it should be flying off to the... Alright, actually no, it looks like you've got a fair bit of them backed up here. Yeah, you've got like 103,000 pounds of them. Maybe it's a throughput issue. Hadn't considered that. Yeah, now that I think about it, the warehouses could be a significant problem here, because you only get 2 people working in a warehouse. Maybe for mid things like this, I should have them just go straight out of the factory. In fact, I might come to a point where I stop using warehouses altogether because of that. Because look at that, these guys can have 20 people working on sales. These guys on output can only have 2 people. I would have thought the warehouses have much better throughput for that, but maybe I'm wrong. None of that. Right, Beatrice. Maybe, just maybe, I should tell you... I don't want you to look for better supplies, but you should be able to source things better. If we can't get them... Alright, just for you, we're doing internal sale on On these, we're not letting anybody else get their grubby mitts. On our... Oh, I don't like this. Now I'm mixing and matching strategies. I swear we'll do the overview. I just need to solve my problem with electric components. And it is a problem. But yeah, maybe my warehouses just don't have the throughput that I need from them. Starting to think that's starting to think that going the warehouse way is gonna kick me in the teeth. Right, let's try this then. Places like you who need your components like that. Let's not warehouse only it. Is there a way to change this? Oh no, I need to link you, but maybe you can sort out your own purchase needs if I give you a bit of time. No. What if I set you up for tablet computer again? Are you going to figure out where to get those? Attempting to find a supplier? And then you just took it from a... you took it straight from a factory. Our other place is going to take it straight from a factory. No, because I told them to get it from a warehouse. Oh, this is going to get a little awkward for me. How are you meant to set these up if you can't centralize them through warehouses? Because the warehouse cannot keep up. The throughput here is insufficient to meet the demands of the factories. Well, it's insufficient to meet the demands of these multiple factories. I reckon you could handle a small bunch of factories, and then I'd have another warehouse that deals with another bunch of them. Even so, though, I'm unconvinced. Physical distribution like Rise of Industry. Oh god, it would break. The whole game would just shatter. Okay, another idea. How about I link you and I pay attention to where it doesn't have loads of demand coming out from it already. Because you'll still be able to deal with some of them. You need your electric components. I'm going to link you up with there. You need electric components. Yeah, cribbins. This is going to get even scarier for things that need loads of stuff like steel. Oh man. What if that's my problem? What if my whole problem with the No, we discovered what the actual problem with the factories of making vehicles was, wasn't it? Size of factories, and they care about the size of the goods. The steel throughput, wherever my steel is. What's my steel? Yeah, the steel would be whining about the huge amount of demand on it, surely. Yeah, it doesn't even need to work full pelt on the outgoing. Okay, these are some problems I'm going to have to solve into the late game. Would changing the warehouse layout solve anything? I could certainly centralize and have many more outputs on it, but that means warehouses would... what would I have here then? I could have, say... No, because the input is 2 people and the output is 2 people. In the end, it would still be 3 electric components onto 3 electric components. I think the problem here is that a mega factory has 20 and 20 people working on sales, so 40 people are shivving the items out. And on this side, there's only 2 people bringing it in per input slot. And even if I put 9 input slots in, that's only 18 people. And I've got 4 of these factories, so that's 80 people. 80? 20, 40, 80. It's 160 people shoving them out. And not nearly that many people bringing them in to then put them out here. So factories are actually going to... warehouses are going to be a problem for me, because I thought warehouses were good on throughput, but apparently not. They just cannot keep up with this. Oh, the more you learn. Right, hopefully I've got it set up that these guys can actually get access to it. Hopefully it's going to alleviate some of your needs. But maybe I should be finding other places that are struggling to keep up. How about my televisions? Oh god, my routers here are having trouble keeping up. Again, looks like their electric components aren't coming in enough. So I should link them into somebody, to a factory. Scary thought. Okay, any of my electric devices that cannot keep up with demand probably need to shift where they get their components from. But these all seem okay right now. This factory's still having trouble though. Oh good, but it's got a ton of different people who need the goods. Yeah, maybe it'll sort itself out. Still, I want to sell the goods that I've just brought in. This is what I was doing all this for. All of these goods need a new home. Now, warehouses for goods that come out of these, for finalized goods, aren't usually so bad. Usually. So I should be able to just set you up here and slam in the usual. And then start bringing in all of these goods. So I want 3D printers and toner cartridges and notebook computers. And what else do we have in here? Tablet computers. Tablet computer. What else? Memory cards. Don't worry, overview as soon as I get this stuff onto the streets. And GPS. And I think that's everything. Gotta make sure that these guys are all e-commerce enabled. So that those goods can cause bigger losses for me over in the e-commerce platform. That's fine though, losses there are actually gains for me. Don't listen to what others say on that matter. And happily have these things on not internal sale. In fact, it looks like you already have some clients. No, that's just other people that have market share of that good. Right, things are starting to get very dirty on this. I don't like it. It reminds me of doing Patrician 4 before you have a hub-based network. Didn't I move my hub base and didn't I turn it into a double hub network? I'm trying to remember, Patty 4 was so long ago. Right, we'll flush it through the warehouse and then get the prices for them. There we go. Toner, Right, memory cards are about £1.50. The notebook computers are $15 for a notebook computer. How in the world did that $99 thing fail? It's a bit more than that. That whole prospect of making the $100 PC or the $99 PC, didn't that thing completely fall through? This stuff's about £8 or so, isn't it? Toner's much more expensive at £20. That's funny, but the reason it's that expensive is because I rely on other people's materials to make that. Almost everything else I have backwards integrated myself. 3D printers cost £20. It's not how much I'm going to charge for them though. No siree. And a GPS costs a £5. And now, with that on internal sale, it's time to put down our last bunches of computer stores, retail, computer, and try and get it a bit away from our existing computer stores, but it's hard to find good places for shops anymore. I'm going to put you down here, and I'm going to put down 2 floors of it, because it's only 6 goods, and I don't want Beatrice getting funny ideas about what else we should sell. And now, computer stuff. Actually, I don't need that. You'll already tell me what the best things to have are. 3D printer, and GPS, and memory cards, and notebook computer, and tablet computer, and what was the last thing? Toner. We'll grab this, we will duplicate you, and we'll slap one of you in every city. Again, I wish I was mayor. I'm not going to find much better than I found before, so I will sadly settle for outliers, like there. And there's my computer store here, but 51's pretty good. Nice thing is, as the cities grow, they can kind of grow around your fairly remote placed shops, but until they do, you're still not making the big bucks on it. Always regrettable. One always prefers to make the big bucks. Ooh, some of this is very sad locations for putting down our goods. Hopefully e-commerce can help me. Yeah, this is all very sad. I'm just going to plonk you over here. Sydney, again, get away from my existing one. 30 seems alright-ish. Start to notice I keep saying ish. Where'd I pick that up from? 36 will do. And we're back in Vancouver. Which means we should have them all there. And they should all start selling. Also, we're above the 3 billion mark, and that feels good. Let's let our products flow. Let's make a save, because I feel like we haven't saved in forever. Observe the money, and then hope that we go from strength to strength here. One of the worrying things is I can't just stop and take a break, because the other AIs are just going to catch up with me on the profit. Oh god, my pathetic subsidiary. Stop being so pathetic, Nix. You haven't been this bad since I had you in RimWorld. Yeah. Look at Cerberus. Whoa, how did Cerberus suddenly come wanging up like that? They weren't so hot before. It was Datadine who was on top out of the AIs. I guess Cerberus has just had an amazing year. Their stock is probably looking as good. Arcvile always asking for more money out of me. The only person saving the stock price of the rat merchant is me by buying their cursed stock. Making the AI stronger has certainly made the stock game a lot harder. I can't just come in like a wrecking ball like I could before. Still hoping for a big crash in economic state. It's been 17 years and there's been no massive recession hitting us, making me only a little sad. Italian stuff, restaurant empire game. Right. Hey. I quite like the fact that my notebook computers aren't keeping up with demand. I mean, I don't like it. I should always be looking to make more money, but how can this be? We have competitors on it. Is that? I thought I was the only one doing these. No! Cerberus. Cerberus are on my case. They have also got a lot of market on the notebook computers. However, ours are better quality, better marketed, overall better, thanks to these two. They're priced a little more expensively, but I can live with that. I can also live with the fact that other people are selling those for me. Penultimo wants yet more money. How does one go by acquiring this masterpiece of a game? It's a no-show on Steam. They've got their own website for selling this through. And they gave me a bunch of keys to give away for it. So hang around for about 5 or 10 minutes. And we'll do that. We'll give away some keys for this. Should be able to grab one there. Nice to see the population of Vancouver looking so good, but I'd rather I was making every step of the money on my notebooks. Oh well, them buying it from me and selling it themselves still gets me that production market share. And it's all money in my pocket. We're up to 3.2 billion and growing, and it will likely continue to grow. And this is good, because it passes us time as we get closer to 2009, when we can start entering the world of politics for reals. Okay, notebook computers. Yeah, the need for notebook computers is heavier than I thought, isn't it? James, look at that. Look at that sheer demand for the stuff. I guess there really is more people needing this than I thought. Let's make sure everybody is fully trained for everything, though. God, I love that profit. It just keeps going up and up and up. Giving away sounds like entrapment for fleecing. Well, it is a bit of entrapment, but the way I see it, the more people that get into this kind of game and this this genre, that's going to create more of a market for it. More for me to consume. The ultimate dream of the consumer. Alright, many of these mega factories seem to be keeping up with demand for now. Looks like e-commerce. I'm pretty sure I turned on everything on e-commerce. Let me check back on these computer stores of mine, because I want to make sure they're all doing well. Oh yeah, every single one of them. Wow, some of them going straight up into Profitville. Look at that. taking off like a rocket. Looking better than my pre-existing ones even, but none of them making a loss. Excellent. And I want to step into my e-commerce and see how that's going. Okay, so I've started bringing in goods for e-commerce that are so good that I'm not even making a loss on them as I sell them. In fact, I'm making a profit, and that's cancelling out the loss that I was supposedly making on all the other goods. Like when I sell eggs and chicken, for God's sake, Rat Merchant. I should have never subsidiaried you, Rat Merchant. Alright, we'll keep it paused and I'll figure out what to do with you at another session, because I think we're going to be wrapping up here. But not before we do a little rundown, especially for people that have joined in and been like, what is even going on here? So we're playing with the intention to end up with a perfect game, where we have market dominance in everything, we have no competition because we've either enslaved or destroyed them all, all industries, all business types, internet, retail, real estate, the works. I even want to have all the stock that I can get. But to get there, we need lots of money, so we've just been setting up lots of businesses and diversifying heavily. We started out with some food and some basic farming stuff going on, and then we used the cows that we were raising to make leather goods. Leather goods sold amazingly well, and from there we just went up and up. We got into drugs, of course, and we've just been building over in our area here as much as we can to just keep everything in Vancouver, because Vancouver has the lowest real wage rate, so they're cheaper to employ. Although we're running out of people to employ. Still though, where else did we go? We went in with, well, some good raw materials actually. And that allows us to get in on steel, silicon, things like that. White goods made us loads of money, but we don't quite make enough of them. See, things like that. We don't make enough washer, dryer machines to keep up with demand. And gasoline, we also got into cars, so we make vehicles for people for massive markup. We backwards integrated a lot of industry. What that means is take this car. What this car is made of is engines, bodies, and wheels and tires. Wheels and tires are made of rubber and steel. We make the rubber and the steel. We also make the galvanized steel and the glass and the plastic for its body. And we make the engine out of, again, our own steel. We make everything that goes into the smart car, and I'd say about 80% of our goods are completely backwards integrated like this, maybe even 90%. That keeps our costs low. That means we're able to make a smart car for under $1,000 and sell it for $12,000. And on the off chance that somebody is buying it from us, they pay us $12,000 and have to sell it themselves. If we sell it ourselves, then it goes into one of our stores and we sell it for, $14,000. I like what I see. Big markups. So by taking care of big markups like that on a wide range of products, and since it's a wide range, we're not at risk of sudden snaps on the economic state, because in a recession, different goods will sell different amounts. So we're diversified and we make loads of money, and we're continuing to pour that money into new ventures. The big venture we did today was getting all sorts of digital. We did computer goods, mobile goods, toners, memory cards. We got big on that. Big demands on our electric components. I need to keep a close eye on that one and figure out how to work with the very limited throughput of these warehouses. I wonder what I can do about that. I need to figure it out. It's probably going to be messy because it means I can't centralize. So that's our company, and that is how we have struggled our way to become top dog. We gave the AI massive advantages. They started out with like hundreds times the amount of money that we had, and better tech and expertise and all sorts. It was a fight, but we were able to triumph over them right now. We still can't just buy them out though, they're worth too much. Who are we fighting against? We're fighting against lots of different companies. We'll check them out and see their strategies here. We have got the Rat Merchants with Nix. I subsidized them, and I regret it entirely. They're bankrupt. They should be dead. I poured $1 billion or so into this company. It's just going to die now. I mean, I could try and keep them artificially alive, but I don't think I'm going to see any of that stock price back myself. Apparently the PE ratio is really low, so the company is apparently undervalued. Maybe I can try and rescue them. We'll see what I can do with them. The Dance Macabre is run by Unji. They're making good profit. They're diversified. All just means they'll get into anything they can. They see an opportunity, they go for it, but they like to focus on their expertise. The Hands is run by Goost. Ming is run by somebody's dog, Sumo. Fortress Limited is run by Dissident Tropican here. Again, the characters here are, well, the characters and the companies have all been submitted by members of the community. So somebody made Fortress Limited, and somebody from the community is Dissident Tropican. Not all the characters are from the community. I don't have a Golduck in my community. So Norwegian Wood, led by Shitatsu Sho, familiar name from long ago. The Suspiciously Wealthy Furries, they're run by the Gook here. Again, all these people into everything. Jeff Wayne's Store of the Worlds and Skelly Syndicate. We've got Cerberus, DE Inc., the Zunis Church, run by our well-known Voomer. We've got Greater Denmark. We can get a rundown of the stuff they're doing here in terms of Dosh. Not going to go into them all though, it would take forever. The Workers Guild of Fuchsia. Very fittingly, its CEO is Tian, so there's a bit of lore sharing there. Tian is from Kamidori, and Fuchsia is from Amayui, two games that share the same universe. Luke and Layton's Curious Consortium is run by Calaw. Got the Blurple Busters. There's no stopping Jimmy Hopkins from the bakeries. He even absorbed another company. He's doing alright, but far from the best out of all of them. Also, Callum, how are you managing to just consistently make a loss? How's that looking in your stock? Surprisingly not bad. Aperture Science makes another return. They are focused entirely on stock, and they're making not very good profit off of it. I should look into seeing if they have many stocks that I could acquire on the cheap. Worth keeping in mind. Lank is run by Soup Dog. We've got the Win Lobby here. Three Mountains run by Zabulba themselves. Goldfish. Guandu run by Sato Jun. He's from the anime Working, but the manga's better. Bullworth, they're into software. We're starting to get into people that are all tech heads. They don't have a big presence on the map, but they make a lot of money either on the internet or making software that they sell for ridiculous money. So Bullworth in that Datadyne is run by the smug-looking Doc Spengler, who's appropriating the look of the Hat Kid. And Nolan Oil's in charge with Marvin Branach. Love that guy. Use his name whenever you see me use Marvin in a game name, it's this guy, Marvin Branach. Not legendary Marvin, I'm afraid to say. And then there are the internet companies. These guys just make internet firms, so they have a very low presence. We've got Joja, Khrushchev's Brazilian folks, led by Flying Land Duck there. The Rat is in charge of Petan. I thought they would have folded by now. Nah, they're a private corporation. Don't know what they do online. Do you do online? Maybe we shouldn't get into that. No, I've got to know. What are your firms? You have an internet company on photo sharing and news website. Fascinating. Well, the Rat, so I trust him to be incompetent, but these are private companies. I could go in and straight up acquire them. It would cost 2.7 billion. I have the cash to actually just straight up acquire you. Won't do that though. Probably wait for you to go public. Evil Conscious, I think, sold me a lot of tech. Telecom with the Ravens. Shekel Master with the Snake from Stronghold in charge. Keeper Holding Star with Leon Kennedy. This is amazing. It's random who gets paired up with what company, and even which characters and companies even get picked, because we have like over 100 of each, I think. But the fact that Stars would be led by Tyrant Leon. This is Leon from Resident Evil Gaiden. Very deep lore. Leon S. Kennedy is actually a tyrant. The Old Men Company, they've been getting in my way with their insurance thing. Same with Medibay Heat. And Communism Lab is run by Nick Brick. All of these insurance companies have been a thorn in my side. I wanted to acquire them, but they got over their initial dip and are all worth way too much money. Disgustingly so. The manga's better, you say? The manga's almost always better. I very, very rarely watch any anime. Not that I may read lots of manga, but I enjoy what I do read. In any case, we've got a lot of other persons, but to go through this list would take forever, and we've been through them before. I'll just cover the fact that we have 5 venture capitalists. Rhombic, Pepsi Man, Zhang Bao from Feel the Power of My Magic, Oppo, and Shadow. They're just dripping with loads of money, and they occasionally go and invest in companies, but just by buying up their stock. They can be a bit of a pain like that. Archibald Vile, my CTO. So where we are right now, we're making good money. Hell, we're making great money. I just need to keep pushing a bit until I can start crushing the competition. And once I'm really in the big money, that's when things are going to start getting a bit more crazy, where I just buy up entire cities, buy out the mayorship, and then I start redesigning the cities so that they're going to be much better suited for seeing through my dominance. But I think I'm going to need a lot more money for that. There are still untapped markets. We can check quickly in the manufacturer's guide. Alcohol is tapped by the Dance Macabre, except for the red wine, which is oddly enough one of the better ones. Wine is really lucrative, I could consider that. And public utilities I could definitely be getting my nose into. But many other things are being taken over. The Zunist Church, for example, they've taken over almost all the snacks here. My Tic Tacs, my ice lollies, my ice creams, my chewing gum. I'd have to fight with them. That might even be their specialty. Is it? Zunist Church? Yeah, Voomer is expertised in snacks, so taking her on might not be easy. But we could give it a go. So that's what I'll be getting into, but for now I think I'm going to take a bit of a rest, and maybe, just maybe, I can resist playing this game until Wednesday. My Sabbath is meant to be Monday, Tuesday, but Sabbath, no Sabbath. So normally I'd say cheers and cheerio, but I've still got a few copies of this game to give away. Oh, I already saved, didn't I? Well, I always feel better if I save and save often. The developers of this game, clearly happy that somebody's picking up some renewed interest in the game, said, here's a bunch of keys, give it away to your viewers. There's no strings attached. I'm not in any way affiliated or whatever else with the company. They just decided to give it, and hey, who am I to say no to spreading the love here? So if you want a copy of the game, just let me know in chat, and I'll send you over a copy. But you're going to have to be a bit quick. There might be nefarious people that want to grab your key. Energia is asking. They even said please, so there we go. Larsk, here's your copy. Don't be grabbing other people's copies. Martias is saying yes please. There you go. GRR with several underscores is an absolute panhandler. This is the first time they've ever said anything in chat, and it's just to take a free key. Well, I can admire that level of gumption. Here's your copy. And yes, I'm aware, I'm not DMing them or anything. Someone else could just come in and take them, but that's because you should be fast and get them. Manels wants a copy. I'm really running out here. Well, let's just dig a bit more. Dark Jaloon R wants a copy. And Amp is saying they were slow, so here's your chance to get a copy. Mirandil wants one, and I got two more. So Sergeant Stens can have this one, and our last one is going to whoever wants it. So in it goes. Ah, God, this game is good. Certainly feeling a few pain points, but I think those are pain points that I need to figure out. I need to work out a good system for getting my goods out of the mega factories and into the shops, because we've got such a problem with warehouses. Warehouse throughput is so much lower than I thought. I am a little bit tempted to mod the game, truth be told. I wonder if the game would accept me modding it midway to put in a mega warehouse. Because there's mega factories. If we had mega warehouses that scaled like that, that may be alright. Yeah, I'll make that a little bit of a chore for myself, because otherwise I can't centralize. And I'm all about working within the confines of what we have in the game, but you gotta centralize. Anyway, that's my homework, as well as doing a few bug reports on this, from what we've seen here. So, oh man, Flippy the Flop says none worked for me. I'm happy for whoever got one. Okay, well, I'll admit, I lied. One of my mantras in life is always have a backup plan. And I did keep a backup code. And I'm even going to private message this one to Philip. So let's go whispers, let's go search for people. Felipe the Flop. You got a lot of other Filipes out there. Here you go, Felipe the Flop. And it's been direct messaged to you. So there you go, you got my backup. So enjoy that. Enjoy Capitalism Lab, I certainly know I do. And until I'm back to enjoy more of this. Oh, by the way, this run's going to take a long time. Maybe not as long as Patrician, but maybe longer. Who's to say? In any case, until I'm back for reals now, it is a cheers and a cheerio.